Everybody here?
No, it looks like it.
Almost everybody here? Curtis. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call the April 19th Coordinating Board meeting to order this morning. What I would like everybody to do for a moment this morning, because this is a pretty sobering situation that we've had this week, is I'd like for everybody to stand for a moment and join the board in a moment of silence. As you all know, we had a tragic event this week at Virginia Tech. Obviously, someone that is in the community of higher ed. I think it is something that struck all of us. I've talked to many people this week, and it's obviously a very sobering moment. So if we would have a moment of silence, please. Thank you very much. Most of all, I would like to thank our fellow board member, Nancy Neal, for bringing this to my attention last night. Nancy, I think it was very appropriate. You will notice that Dr. Paredes is not with us this morning, even though the gentleman sitting to my left does have gray hair. That's a beard. This will come as no surprise to anybody in the audience that Senator Zaffarini, who heads up the subcommittee of higher ed in the Senate, is an early riser, and that's putting it mildly. She actually started her committee hearing. It was rather late, Terry, wasn't this morning? It was 7:30 instead of 7. In fact, I saw a number of you all in the audience at her meeting at 7 o'clock Monday morning. But there are a number of items on the agenda that the commissioner needed to respond to. And we all know that it's that time of year with the legislature in session. So hopefully he'll be able to join us later in the day. As I always say at this time, you need to be on your best behavior, especially the board. We're going out over the internet this morning, so probably need to remind myself of that as well. The first thing that I want to mention, and I really want to announce, and I'm sorry that the commissioner is not here to speak about this, but those of us at the coordinating board are very excited about some recent news that we received about a week or so ago, and that is that we have been given a grant from the Houston Endowment. This is a 4-year grant, thanks to Larry Faulkner, George Granger, the entire Houston Endowment Board have worked over the last year or so with Dr. Paredes and also with Terry Flack on our staff. Terry, I want to publicly thank you for your help and putting the grant together and working on it. The reason that we're so excited about it is it will give us at the coordinating board an opportunity to really step back and do strategic planning. Those of you all who follow us and work with us every day realize in a lot of ways just how overworked and I think sometimes overburdened with a lot of different things that are given to us. It seems like every session, and it's just like you all on your campuses, you're given more work and probably fewer FTEs. But with this amount of private funds, we're going to create a think tank, a strategic think tank, to help try to deal over a longer term with some of the bigger issues in education. What the board's going to do over the next few months, and primarily after the session, because it's hard to think about anything else as long as you have to respond downtown. But as soon as the session is over with, the board's going to get together and we're going to have a strategy session to talk about how we can best leverage and utilize this grant. So everybody's just extremely excited about it and the possibilities. So first of all, I want to publicly thank the Houston Endowment for their generous gift and also for the confidence in the board and our ability to be able to use those resources. Anybody on the board care to make a comment in that regard? Laurie?
Well, I just want to
Well, it's in your backyard. So.
That's right. It's in my front yard and my backyard. I just want to echo your remarks. The Houston Endowment has been absolutely incredible in its support and its philanthropic support of education, public ed, higher ed, anything that goes on around this state, they usually have their mark on it. And I just want to echo and underscore your comments and thank them as well.
Thank you. Any other comments? Oh, yeah. Excuse me. David reminded me we need to take official action. Ms. Bricker, would you like to make a motion that we accept the grant?
I so move. Thank you.
Is there a second to it? Seconded by Brett Heldenfels. Any discussion on this item? Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. The next item on the agenda is to approve a couple of different sets of minutes. One is the approval of the minutes of our January 25th meeting. Do I hear a motion to accept those minutes? Motion made by Nancy Neal, seconded by Joe Hinton. Any additions or corrections? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. The next set of minutes is the planning session that we had after the board meeting in January, of January 25th and 26th. May I have a motion to approve those minutes? So moved. Motion made by Mr. Hinton, seconded by Paul Foster. Any additions or corrections to those? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Our next item is the approval of the consent calendar. I'd like to make one note that agenda item 7J concerning the joint report by the LBB and the coordinating board report requirements of higher ed has been removed from the consent calendar. As you all know, items on the consent calendar are those non-controversial items that we think that we can approve without comment or discussion. At this time, are there any items that any board member would like to remove from the consent calendar? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar. Motion made by Mr. Ryder, seconded by Lynn Phillips. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The motion carries. Our next item on the agenda is, of course, our major policy discussion for today. We're going to hear about collegiate learning assessments from Dr. Roger Benjamin of the Council for AIDS to Education, and our old friend, Dr. Pedro Reyes, who has a really cool tie on today, Pedro. I really like that. I want you to be sure and show that to Mr. Adams.
Must be on. It is.
Dr. Benjamin is President and CEO of the Council for AIDS for Education and a senior research and analyst at the RAND Corporation. And, of course, as we all know, Dr. Reyes is Associate Vice Chancellor for Planning and Assessment for the UT system. And normally at this time, please come on up, Dr. Benjamin, Pedro. What I'd like to do is call on David Gardner for a few moments. He's going to stand in for the commissioner to talk a little bit about our topic this morning. David?
Thank you. And I have to say, I do not know what the commissioner would have said, so these are my comments. So absolve him of any blame for them. I'd just like to give you a little background as to why we thought this was important enough for you to talk about today. There are three areas that we've been working on for several years in which we've been looking at some way to really determine how successful we are with our students when they are actually enrolled at our institutions. The first of these was closing the gaps, where, as you know, we've identified improving the excellence at our institutions. And frankly, this is one of the areas with closing the gaps that we have not done a good job in terms of finding a way to specifically address how well our students are performing and how much we want to achieve. The second area is the accountability system developed at the direction of the governor. Within that system, we believed it was important to develop a value-added measure for students at an institution. That is, how much have they learned once they've enrolled at the institution? You know, has the institution made a difference? And some people believe that some institutions that do not look as good by traditional measures, such as graduation rates and some things of that ilk, when you look at the value add, you tell that the institution has made a real difference. The final area is the governor's incentive funding plan, in which there's been talk of various ways to assess the performance of students once they're in school. So these are all three areas in which we thought we ought to at least learn more about what's being developed for the Council for Aid to Education and the University of Texas System's experience with the CLA. So with that in mind, I just want to go forward. Dr. Benjamin will provide you with an overview, and Dr. Reyes will be able to tell you specifically about the UT experience and what he sees as the pluses and minuses of the CLA.
Dr. Benjamin, before you start, if I might just say that if it's all right with you all, if the board has any questions, could they ask those questions of you at any particular time? So, okay. Welcome. We're happy to have both of you here this morning.
Thanks very much. Indeed, please do interrupt, and I'm going to try to make a fairly short presentation. I hope some of this stuff doesn't get off track and get too technical. And the whole idea is to give you enough context so that you can stay in, and then Pedro can give you example of how he's using this approach. The collegiate learning assessment is it's a new approach to assessment. It builds on a tradition of open-ended essay tests, but it's focused on measuring critical thinking and analytic reasoning, problem solving, and writing skills, things that most of us think are important. And it's a direct measure, which means that it assesses the direct demonstrated abilities of the students. It's not a survey, it's not an indirect measure. And the institution is the unit. That's the way we're using it right now, which means we're trying to answer the question, what value added does the institution provide in student learning growth? We think that's a very important question. It's also important to have a sense of what individual students do as well. This improvement we're after. CAE is spun out of RAND now. We're independent, and we did that because we're trying now to scale this approach up around the country. And my friends in DuPont Circle, higher ed leaders, said, Roger, we're going to feel a lot better about this if you've got a governing board of higher ed leaders. So we now have a governing board comprised of people like Dick Atkinson, the former president of the University of California, Enno Schmidt, former Yale president. I'm very pleased that Diana Natalicio, whom you all know, is on our board, and some top private sector leaders like Lou Roden from Citigroup and Russ Deo from Johnson & Johnson, and we're beginning to, thank you. We're beginning to scale this up. Next slide, please. Mary and I'll get coordinated here as we move through. We're going to go through fairly quickly although I've got one point here where I'm going to try to give you a little bit of a flavor of some of this stuff. The rationale and the context, just a little bit about the principles. And when I describe these principles, I'm not just describing the principles of the CLA. I'm trying to give you a flavor of what you ought to be thinking about as you look at any approach, because this field of assessment is complex. A little bit about the national findings so far and some of the methodological issues and questions that people often ask, and then go from there. The thing to say here is that I think that it's fair to say that there really is the elements of a new reform agenda, and it's comprised of these 3 points. It really, content, it's not either or. Content in education, in all of our education, is vital. We don't go anywhere without that. But as we've come to think about the way we learn and how we develop, psychologists are beginning to really hone in on the need to figure out ways to use the information that we have. They're trying to take the next step, in other words, assuming content, and then what do you do with that? Most college and university mission statements will emphasize the need for critical thinking, these skills that I just mentioned. And I do believe that the world we live in, this information age, really makes this reform agenda more urgent. We can Google and get the information we need, but you really have to think and sift through all the complex information out there. You've got to parse it. You've got to then come up eventually with a reasoned, reflective argument. And as we all know, that's difficult. The whole point then is that universities really ought to focus on these skills, we think, and faculty should be encouraged to teach them, to improve them, and they definitely should be benchmarked. I mean, I'm of the school, if you don't measure it, it's not going to be thought to be important. And the CLA is one of the instruments that's trying to do this. The thing that we've done, we're just really, as I say, building on a tradition. There are 2 traditions in testing in this country. One is the behaviorist tradition that comes out of the 1920s, the Stanford-Binet test. That eventually led to the multiple choice test, which, if you're my age, that's what you know. And it still dominates. And there's nothing wrong with the multiple choice test. Don't get me wrong. For lots of things, it's very good for content. But I don't think we've ever been really satisfied with multiple choice tests on their own. And as far back as the 30s, actually even before that, Dewey at Columbia was trying to push an essay-based approach. The University of Chicago made some advances in the 30s, the 60s and 70s. ETS, the people that gave us the SAT, developed something called the New Jersey Critical Thinking Task. And we've just built on that. And I think if we've made a contribution, it's that we really have put this all on the internet platform. Even, in other words, 10 years ago, in an individual classroom, you could do things like this, but you couldn't take it to scale because it would be too costly and inefficient. But the internet makes this stuff possible. One way that I talk about this is how it's different than the No Child Left Behind. And there are a lot of good elements of the No Child Left Behind. I think it's a great piece of legislation, but we, in higher education, using their approach in testing, it would not be a good idea. our tests are constructed rather than multiple choice. The college is the unit, not the student, and we're focused on this idea of improvement, which we really think is important, although it is important to have a sense of absolute standards, but you really want to encourage improvement. We test a sample, not all of the students. That's important for cost reasons. And we think in higher education it's probably a good idea to have, at least across the nation, a voluntary approach rather than mandating this. Here are the principles then. We don't think that one test does the job. Education's much too complex for that. And I should have said at the beginning, this is not a silver bullet. That if you hear that from people in these platforms, you ought to look askance at them. Colleges do have different missions. Students certainly have different majors, which makes it very difficult because there are just too many majors. I don't know how many. I was at the University of Minnesota a long time, and we had something like 220 majors by the time I left. I don't know what Pedro's colleges and his system are at this point. There's in K through 12, we still have a core curriculum, so you can do some things there. We don't have much of a core curriculum anymore in higher ed. Maybe we should. That's another issue. Oh, you do here? Yes. All right. We don't compete in K through 12 for students, but in the university sector there is competition both for faculty and staff, which means there's some opportunities for using the results of tests in different ways. And as you know, K through 12 is a little bit more centralized. I was a dean and a provost for a while, and I think everybody here knows that the faculty members and the departments are really very, very important at places like Austin. I mean, they sort of think they run the show, and we're there to serve them. It is possible, though, because you get an argument. I was just in a meeting yesterday, and somebody said you can't measure everything in higher education. But that doesn't mean you can't measure some things perfectly well. That's our position. And these higher order skills are things that we do think we can get a handle on, that we can add to our quiver, and they're listed there. And that's what we're honing in on because of the rationale I indicated earlier. The third principle is we really do need these benchmarks, as David Gardner indicated. We haven't done a good job in higher education, frankly, and that's why we got into this. We've been focused on the research side. We've got a good handle on research productivity. And we all know about inputs, and we know about the processes, internal. But it is a little bit odd in 2007 that we're still talking about how to think about outputs, because graduation rates and retention rates and so on, as David said, are problematic in some ways. It's important. There's lots of good assessment going on at individual colleges, and it's important to note that. But it's also important, I believe, to have some comparative-based measures, and that's what we're about. And the argument there is that gives you a signal as to where you stand on important parts of your education as faculty and administrators. And if you don't have that, how do you know where you stand? Institutions will sometimes assert that they're doing the finest job in undergraduate education. What's the evidence? We think, again, it's important to focus on this value-added notion. There are two ways to do that. You test freshmen, follow them through to seniors in a longitudinal study, or you can do a cross-sectional variation of that in which you test a sample of freshmen and a sample of seniors, and then you're looking at the degree of improvement over that period of time. And then, of course, you can also compare, institutions can compare how well they're doing to institutions that they choose to compare themselves with. Finally, it's really important to use results appropriately. You embed a measure in an instrument like this within the assessments you're already doing. It's important, I think, to do this work. The primary purpose is to focus on learning instruction, because that's the way to get the faculty involved. That's their job, and then you try to align it with accountability needs. You're really concentrating on affecting what is taught and how to improve. And we don't think right now, at least, it's a good idea to have U.S. News and World Report rankings, something we may come back to in this discussion. Okay, a little bit about the distinguishing features. These are the words up there. And I'm going to try to give you some examples of this. They're open-ended tests. They're problems. I'm going to give you some examples in a moment. And we think that's really important because we think that's the world we live in. That at some point in the educational process, students ought to be asked to use what they've learned and apply it, just like everybody in this room does on a daily basis. And if you're going to do this, you've got to construct problems that use material from all of the arts and sciences, engineering, the sciences, social sciences, and so on. They've got to really be engaging, otherwise students won't do them, or they won't really engage, and the faculty have to think they're really authentic. I've already said that the school in this protocol is the unit. You have a matrix sample in which not the students don't take, you don't need to test all the students. You actually only need to test a small sample to get a handle on the school. So this is about the school as the unit. Everything's done over the internet, which is I indicated before, and then this business of controlling for input. You have to have some measure of the competencies of the students coming in as freshmen, because you must be able to make adjustments to control for the selectivity. We call it the selectivity factor. Schools start at different points, right? And if you don't make these adjustments, frankly, you just don't have much of scientific of rigor. So that I'm going to try to explain in a moment. That's the value-added part.
Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely. Jump in.
When you say you just take a sample, how big would your sample be that you're going to extrapolate to the whole university?
Well, for the whole university, you really, ordinarily, you don't need more than 100 or 200 students. I know that sounds...
A pool of how many?
Out of a pool of several thousands. Now I'm going to get through that means you have to have a sample that is representative as possible, and that's another part of this. I'm going to try to explain that in a moment, but that's where we're going with this. Here are there are two kinds of measures. The thing that we've really pushed are these performance tasks. These problems that I just mentioned, and then we're also using what are called make and break arguments. These are shorter essays which focus on writing. And here's an example of a performance task. And if we had some time, and of course somebody like me wants a lot of time, and we just don't have it this morning. You'd have a measure, and we'd sit around and we'd go through these things and so on. But here you are, you're advising the president of Dynatech, and they make navigation and communication instruments. And the sales manager suggests you ought to buying a Swift Air 235, etc. But unfortunately, a recent accident, a wing fell off. Well, that obviously creates some issues, whether you ought to buy the plane or not. And so you have a document library which has a lot of information, statistics and data and so on, and you're asked to write a memo that discusses the pros and cons of a purchase, and you're asked to justify that. Here's some of the material in the document library. In other words, you've got to sift through. Some of this information is more or less relevant, just as we would find in any issue that we deal with. Charts about the airplane accidents and slides. That's sometimes, when you read the morning newspaper, you find tables and figures that are on different axes. Well, we find lots of times that students don't catch that. Well, it creates problems. And then here, a lot of words up there, but you really, the scoring rubric, you're really focusing on their writing skills, and then their analysis, problem solving, and reasoning skills. And it lists what's involved there. These are all these problems. Performance tasks are human scored. I'm not going to go into a lot of the technical validity and reliability stuff this morning, but we can do it. I mean, and it's highly reliable and valid. We train these scorers. They tend to be PhD students or professors, and they meet, and it's very rigorous, double-blind scoring of tasks and so on, and it's somewhat amazing. But that is what can be done these days, and actually people are going to move to machine scoring fairly soon. Here's an example of one of these make an argument prompts. I think you've seen examples like that. Specialists of all kind are overrated. We need more generalists. And then you write an essay on that. Next slide. Don't look at that one, because you got to have some fun. And so I brought a whole bunch of them, and I'm just going to give you an example. And here's the instruction. There's something wrong with the argument presented below. It's your job to explain what's wrong with it, okay? Any flaws, questionable assumptions, missing information, any inconsistencies. And it goes on like that. Do not discuss the structure of the argument. We do not want sentences like, the argument needs a better introduction, blah, blah, blah. We want you to dig in. And here's just one example. Hunger. The World Health Organization reports that over 40% of the world's children under the age of 5 years go to bed hungry each night and live with less protein intake than is required for healthy physical and mental growth. If these children live to adulthood, they will clearly not lead productive lives. It is therefore a moral imperative that all wealthy nations should increase their donations of food to third world countries. No child should starve. By not aiding these countries, the wealthy nations are essentially sending these children to their deaths, and the blood of these children will forever be on their hands. Well, all right. I've done that quickly, but we see that every day, right? In fact, we get a lot of these from U.S. News, which I think is a terrible newspaper. And the issue here, I'm just making an editorial, is that people are always mistaking correlation for causation. Doubling the aid may not solve the problem. Aid often goes astray and fails to reach the target population. It may not even be the most effective solution in the long run. Might be better to use other approaches, regime change, birth control programs, agricultural education. It's assumed that the large numbers of hungry children all come from nations that are not classified as wealthy. If large numbers of them do, in fact, come from wealthy nations, then the conclusion is only partially valid or good. Why is it that only wealthy nations should increase their aid? Don't wealthy nations have the same moral obligations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? I think you get there's one on lawyers and so on.
That one should be mandatory.
Yeah.
That's always
That
blame
woke
the
me
lawyer.
up.
Well,
If we can't blame anybody, blame the lawyers.
I won't go through it, but here's the American Bar Association reported that 485 attorneys disbarred in the U.S. last year had completed the ethics course required by the law schools before they were licensed to practice. The ethics courses were all approved by the Bar Association, yet it's apparent the ethics courses were not effective. All right, so students should no longer be required to take an ethics course. Instead, teaching ethical behavior should be the responsibility of the law firms that employ them.
Oh, yeah.
I have a lot of comment on that.
All right, now here are just 2-3 slides which are filled with too much technical information, but it's not that big of a deal. These are called by statisticians. These are regression plots, and you've got the CLA results on the y-axis, and you've got, in this case, the ACT, or it could be SAT scores. Remember, you've got to have this control that I talked about. And these are institutions. And if you look at the bottom line, that's all the schools arrayed as when they took the test as freshmen, and then repeated as seniors. Okay, and the thing, and then there's a solid dot, and that tracks one school. You see a school in blue that's sort of on the line at the freshman level, and then it moves up significantly when they're tested as seniors. And what that tells us, first of all, and this is good news, there's actually a lot of growth. And that's something we really didn't even know. It's over one standard deviation, which is a lot in statistical terms. Okay, I mean, there have been major studies about class size reduction in K through 12 in Texas, and that effect is about 0.25 or something like that. So this is a big effect. And the other thing that's interesting is that schools do move. They start and they may be doing about as expected given where their incoming scores are, and then by the time they graduate, their students, they're doing significantly better. And then I've got two years up there just to show that these seem to be consistent. This is still, we've only been doing this about 5 years, but you do get some consistency now in this. And this is just changing it to give you a sense of the distribution across freshmen and seniors. And that shows you that about 20% of these schools are doing really quite well. And the interesting question then is what are they doing? And so what we're finding around the country is that consortia are developing, private liberal arts colleges, or now there's going to be a research university consortium, and they exchange information about some of this stuff. And here's a summary of these findings. College Matters. There are these selection effects that at the beginning, at the freshman level. It does matter where you go to college, and these findings are consistent. Now this is why this is a bit technical, but this is why this value-added stuff is important. All of these tests that you're going to look at are dealing with samples, and they're not perfect because you can't, practically speaking, we're dealing with institutions and administrators, and they're doing their best. And so you've got the problem of sampling bias. So what we at least try to do is adjust for this competencies of the students coming in, and then what you do, next slide, is you're able then to compare the SAT scores, the ACT scores of your sample with the SAT or ACT scores and college grades of your entire student population, so you can see the extent to which your sample is representative. A little bit about best practices. Which I have up there. Next slide. This is just a simple example of three colleges at a university, and it shows different scores in these different colleges. All right. And then the next slide gives you scores versus the time spent on preparing for class. An example of drilling down a little bit to understand what's going on. And it's used for accreditation. And the only thing I want to say, and I'll just assert it, we're disclosing a measure. The most important thing, the biggest problem is, I'll say, okay, even if you say all this stuff is fine, but what do you do when you have this stuff? And when you have a holistic score like this, where it's appropriate to do this at the institution, you can drill down to the colleges, and then you can do the same sampling at departments. The most useful thing to start with, though, is to get a disclosed measure right to the faculty with a scoring rubric, show them how it's scored, give them sample answers, and then they can develop their own measures and change their own practices. And that's what we're beginning to do right now. That's important. Okay. A little bit about participation. That's where we are right now, and it's probably going to double next year. And a little bit about, there are lots of other potential uses, which I don't think I'm going to go into, that just gives you an idea, and research and development plans. That's just to show, I mean, this is an evolving thing. We've got a lot of work to do. We're of and part of the higher ed sector, and we're working with colleagues like Pedro and others. We're trying to really do something together here. It's going to take us some time to really grow this. We'll come back to these are frequently asked questions, and I'm going to stop right there. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Reyes?
Okay, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. And it's a real privilege to be here in front of you to share some of this information that we have collected over the last 3 years, and hopefully what Roger just presented will sort of be contextualized in some real setting. Not that it's not real what he presented, but it makes a difference when you actually bring it to the institutions and try to make sense of this world. What I want to make sure that we all know is that student learning assessment is only one piece of the student outcomes framework that we use at the University of Texas System to hold institutions accountable. Some of those include graduation rates, and you know that we have a We had set some standards for all our institutions in that area. We also look at positive postgraduate experience, make sure that once they graduate, they go out there and they do well, collect information on that. We also look at license pass rates in critical fields, for example, engineering, teaching, nursing, et cetera, and follow that very closely. And the rates tell us a great deal about how good the programs are. And then also we hear from positive or negative employer feedback. We try to get all of this information and to make sense and as I said, to hold our institutions accountable. And so it's a group of variables, if you will, or a group of things that we look at very carefully. And let me say also that I'll be happy to share any documents with you on anything. In fact, we had them on the web. They're wide open to the world, but I'll be happy to bring some of that to you. Now, let me just give you a little bit of a history of this. Our Board of Regents, particularly Chairman Huffines and Chancellor Udov, began thinking about accountability and assessment 5 or 6 years ago. So this is not new terrain for us. We've been at it for a long time. In fact, I think we've led the way in Texas and probably elsewhere as a system. Not that some institutions didn't have accountability programs, but as a system we have led the nation, I think. Now from the get-go, and I'm talking about 5 years when I came to system from the University of Texas at Austin, because I'm a faculty member there. I was a former dean in the graduate school as well. From the get-go, the chancellor urged all of our academic and health institutions to provide clear, accessible information from financial aid to graduation rates to student learning assessment to anything that we can have available at this point. And if we didn't have it available, then we needed to work on building something. I think we owe it to the taxpayers of this state. We owe it to policymakers. We owe it to the parents and the students to make sure that we are transparent and we provide as much information and good information, reliable information to them so that they make informed decisions. The message was loud and clear. We need to be transparent. We need to be accountable. And in that context, student learning assessment was born. And I happened to come in at that point in time and participate along with others, obviously not just myself. So our student learning assessment took a while to develop. The program that we developed, and first we began with faculty-driven assessments, and we have 9 academic institutions, and as you know, it's a challenge. I mean, and we somehow got together with faculty members throughout the system or groups, and we tried doing writing assessment for a sample of freshman students and senior students. Now the expense was huge. I mean, it was very expensive and time-consuming, and that was immediately loud and clear to me that we can continue to do this work. I mean, because again, it was just a lot of work. Not that faculty really didn't care about it, but they were consumed by doing all kinds of ratings. We also took a look at mathematics, but we didn't dabble into it to a great extent because different institutions have different expectations, and it was difficult to really get a consensus as to what were the primary issues that we needed to measure in mathematics. So we decided to put that on hold, and so I tried a different test, a standardized test. And it's a pilot test, really. I mean, we're talking about pilots here because we were experimenting with different things. Now, that test turned out to be a mediocre test, and I said it to the testing company, and I said it to a lot of people. Some of the mathematic assessment that was being done in that was not adequate for most of our institutions. I mean, they were looking at pre-algebra kinds of questions, and And in some of our institutions, the expectation is that a freshman comes in with calculus knowledge. So you can tell that, fairly easily that that test was not a good choice for us. And in fact, we consulted with Faculty Advisory Council, and that's a body from all the institutions that come to system and work on different issues like this with us. And they agreed with us that that was not a thing to pursue. And then finally, then we settled on the collegiate learning assessment that Roger just talked about, and I'll explain the reasons as to why we did this. But when I went to system, one of the questions that we raised was why do we have any anchors behind this program? And the assessment for the sake of assessment does not make any sense whatsoever. So we needed to develop the policy background before we could actually engage in this with more clear direction. And there were three anchors, so three policy issues that we talked about, and I think Roger already mentioned some of those. Transparency. Students, parents, policymakers would have available this data at any time to make informed decisions, and we needed to report back to the state legislature or to the coordinating board how our institutions are doing, and particularly in student learning assessment, graduation rates, et cetera, et cetera. Transparency is a policy issue. Second policy issue behind the testing program or the assessment program is to benchmark our performance against some national standards. It is quite easy to say that we're doing really well. In fact, we do it all the time. But we never say in comparison to what or against what. And for us, this was really important to have a benchmark, particularly a national benchmark. And then third, and probably one of the most important policy issues here was institutional performance. We needed to, as I mentioned before, to hold our institutions accountable for performance in different areas. And so that provost presidents and academic deans, et cetera, would engage in conversations about improving student learning. In fact, those conversations have been going on now since we initiated the program, which is quite remarkable. We don't tell them you have to make this conversation happen. We just publish the information. And fairly soon, you're gonna get the dean of undergraduate studies saying, well, why is it that we didn't do as well as X? Or why is it that we're in the middle range of the national benchmark? And I think those kinds of conversations are taking place right now, and we're really, really delighted that is going on. Now, why did we select CLA? Our chancellor and the chairman and the board were quite interested in cognitive skills that are common to all academic institutions. Okay, somebody will say, well, no, not really. UT Brownsville doesn't do the same thing as UT Austin, and I totally disagree with this. UT Austin and UT Brownsville award bachelor's degrees in communication. So, they have similar missions, but what is it what are the skills that are really important in gaining this bachelor's degree education? And we raised questions about it, and that's when the CLA came about, and we're thinking about critical thinking. Critical thinking skills are really important to not only to us, as professors of graduate education, because I'm a professor in graduate education, but also to employers. Employers really like people who think critically, and people who problem solve, and people who do analytical work, and people who know how to express themselves in oral and written communication. So those are the skills that CLA intended to measure, and I know those skills are important skills that cut across the different missions of the institutions. Okay. So that was one of the reasons, and we knew that subject matter really would be taken care of itself, because accrediting institutions, I mean, we have 300 and some majors, and I think the accrediting institutions really hold the different areas responsible for pursuing student outcomes in sociology, psychology, whatever the case may be. Now, as I said to you before, the skills, critical thinking, problem solving, etc., these are not only critical across undergraduate programs, but also they are critical in the world of work. And you have seen survey after survey saying that some of our students really don't have those skills when they come to the world of work. And I think we need to do something about it. Obviously, the CLA assessment provides that information and more, and that's why, one of the reasons as to why we selected this test. Another reason for selecting it has to do with the type of analysis, and I think Roger already mentioned this. It provides institutional level performance, which is benchmarked against some national sample. It provides a value-added analysis, and that's really important to the Chancellor UF. Make sure that the students at Brownsville are treated fairly and not necessarily compared against the University of Texas at Austin or some other institution. So we look at where they begin. We assess the expected level of performance given where they are, and we understand how much value that is the institution adds to the student given their performance on this particular
Can I ask a question
Yes,
about that? One of the struggles that I think public education has had in whether it's teams, tabs, tasks,
Right.
TOF, whatever, or TACs now, is that you're not testing the same students.
Right.
When a teacher in the third grade says, 95% of my students passed the TACs or passed at a commended level, and then the next year, gosh, 96% passed, they're different kids.
Right.
Are these the same cohorts? Is this a test that you're given to freshmen and then given to those very same seniors to really measure growth of those kids?
That's an excellent question. And right now we have it as a pilot mode, so they are not. In the future, that's what we intend to do, to really develop a cohort of students all the way through the senior year, and then look at the value added of the institution. The value added statistic that is provided here is an estimate of the institution's collaboration at this point, because it's just we're working with a sample of freshmen and a sample of seniors, and so we estimate how much value the institution adds. But that's an excellent.
Because you don't really know what they came with.
Well, we do. We collect all of the information, how they came with at our institutions, and make sure that we, when we do analytical work, analysis, then we take into consideration those characteristics.
And one other follow-up is just like when a student would take the pre-test or practice test for TACs, and Dr. Benjamin had mentioned that this is not an assessment or a diagnostic on the student, but on the university or on the college.
Right.
What makes the student take this seriously? Are there consequences? What would make a student even care?
That's an excellent question as well. And we have a lot of experience with that. That's one of the problems with the current techniques that we use in implementing this test. Now, what I hope, and I'm just hoping, is that our institutions will put them within the infrastructure of the institution, meaning that the freshman test is part of not a capstone, but a freshman seminar or freshman seminars that are built in as part of the grade. Now, freshmen are unique in this case. They are eager to demonstrate to you that they can do and do well. So I'm not concerned about the freshman samples. I'm concerned about the senior sample where they say, well, why in the heck do I want to do well? And that's the main concern. And I think eventually when this matures, then I think it should be in a capstone senior seminar, so that it's part of the overall grade. Otherwise, we have some issues with so-called lack of motivation. Now, in order to deal with this thing, what we have done is created a lot of incentives, Lori. And the system has provided some money, and the institutions have been so creative to get them motivated, because they know that this is an important piece. And sometimes they raffle off the VIP parking of the month for students. They'll say, if the highest scorer will park right here in front of the main building or wherever, and for a whole month or 2 months or for the whole semester. And believe me, that works. Now, another piece that is really that they have done is they have scholarships. We provided a little bit of money so that they can create 2 or 3 scholarships, $1,000 scholarship, and some of our students really need a lot of help. I mean, financial help. And so that's the motivating piece. I mean, and we'll say the best performer will have access to this $1,000 free money. And in some cases, the institutions have also used, they paid the student $50, just to come in and take the test. And again, there's some challenges, and I think that's one of the issues that we have to deal with as we move forward with this particular assessment. But institutions have been very creative. Pizza parties, you name it, iPods, parking spots, ties, and those kinds of things.
Nice ties.
Nice ties, right? Those kinds of things work, and sometimes. And so we've been really cognizant of that. And again, remember, we're at a pilot mode here. We're not there yet, and we will be there at some point, because this is so important to us. It's so important to the chairman, so important to the board, to the chancellor.
Dr. Reyes,
yes, sir.
Interrupt you a minute. What year are you in on the program?
I'm sorry?
What year are you in on implementation?
This is the 3rd year.
3rd year.
Yes.
Okay. And what, you talked about the student buy-in. What about the faculty buy-in?
The faculty are delighted that at least there are institutions, at least that's what I hear. I could be wrong about this. Once I close the door and leave the meeting, who knows what happens there. But faculty have no concerns about this kind of assessment. They had concerns about the test of knowledge that I used before in mathematics, saying this is too low of a threshold. And because they do want to make sure that they are assessed properly, and in fact, with good reason, they know that they could devise better assessment tools to assess how well they do in psychology, sociology, et cetera, et cetera.
Are you to the point in the 3rd year, Dr. Benjamin, in this project where you've identified particular faculty members that are not necessarily providing that value added, so that there can be some performance enhancement on the part of faculty?
Only to the extent that we drill down to the department level. So in that sense, yes.
Is there a drill down to each professor ultimately?
No.
Classroom?
Not with your sample.
No.
I don't.
You would.
So it's more of a global look at the department.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let me just sort of conclude. There are a couple of things, and I think we already talked about this briefly, but let me say what a couple of things or reactions that some people will say about this. They say, if we adopt a test, the curriculum will narrow and the faculty will teach to the test. And that's a typical reaction. I said, well, I'll tell you, as a professor in graduate school, I love to get people who actually know how to write. And if you can teach to that test on how to write, that would be wonderful as far as I'm concerned. And so now the issue is that you cannot teach to this test. Okay. It is not a multiple choice kind of a test. It's a test of that integrates the skills, and as a student, you make sense of a lot of pieces of information. It's like in the world of work. You have to make a lot of a lot of choices and decisions, and then you get assessed in terms of your work product. And I think that that's my response to it. Now, the second issue that I hear is that this assessment provides information from volunteer samples. And again, I don't think it has anything to do with the instrument, the assessment. It has to do with how careful we are in selecting samples. I mean, I heard from one of our institutions over and over, a person who works in the area said, well, no, how come, the sample this year is different than the other sample? Well, I say to this person, well, pay attention to how carefully you sample the freshmen, or how carefully you sample the seniors, because that makes a big difference. If you don't pay attention to it, that's what will happen. So I think that could be corrected. It's not a real problem.
Is ethnicity a part of your sampling?
It is part of the sample. Yeah, we use there are very explicit directions as to how to select the samples. We call it stratified random sample. We make sure that we include colleges, we include ethnicity, and I think gender is also in the mix, so that we have a representative sample.
You then disaggregate it at the other end?
Disaggregated
by ethnicity, or I'm from the public school background, so we always look and see what everybody's doing.
We are.
Yeah.
Yes.
We can disaggregate by transfer students, native students, and I think we can do some other things. But at this point, again, we're in pilot mode, testing this, so that we make sure that what we do it well and don't have any flaws in it. So anyway, let me close and say that I'm delighted to share this information with any of the systems, sister or brother institutions or systems. I think I've said it before. I mean, we already met with Texas A&M system, the Texas State system, and be happy to share any of this information. I think it's better, not to make any mistakes if they're intending to do something along these lines, and we can learn from our mistakes. I think, at least I believe that this is a good tool. It's an excellent tool that will provide information to all of us, policy makers, students, parents, taxpayers, people who actually pay for our institutions, and we will do it within this local framework and national framework. Okay, we can say as UT Austin, how is it that I did locally, and how is it that we can do to improve, or what is it that we can do to improve? Just given how the students performed, and we could also compare ourselves against some national sample.
Dr. Reyes?
Yes, sir.
Given that comment, earlier Dr. Benjamin said that they recommend not using the CLA for ranking or rating of schools. Do you agree with that, and why would you not use it to rank or rate schools?
Well, maybe Dr. Benjamin could answer that, but let me say that whether we like it or not, we compare ourselves in many different ways. It may not be a ranking that we do, but Austin compares itself with Berkeley, Michigan, Chapel Hill, et cetera, all the time, on graduation rates and persistence rates, and et cetera, and they provide information to you all the time so that you could support what they do. So go ahead.
Well, it's simply, I think we need 4 or 5 years of experimentation to make sure that we've got some of these test administration issues, that we're certain that the results are reliable and valid, right now, the Department of Education in Washington is asking the accrediting agencies to require schools to do this kind of testing, value-added testing, and make it transparent, to publish it. And personally, I think that's an excellent idea. They're also saying that the accrediting agencies should establish minimum cutoff standards about what is acceptable. Well, we're not there yet. We need some time to make sure that that we've got some of this stuff sorted out. That's why states are probably going to be the place where this gets. States are where this is going to be worked out, and that's why, frankly, I have some knowledge of what you're doing here, and you are ahead of the curve as a state. But right now, the bottom line is we just don't quite have the science yet to do it properly.
Dr. Benjamin, and in terms of other states, I noticed you said you had 165 institutions. And Dr. Rest, did I understand you say that the Texas A&M system and Texas State system were working with you on the same kind of project?
We have met to explore the issues. I mean, at this point, I mean, they're not actually working with me at this point, but
you're the only system right now that has actually implemented this program in Texas.
I think that I could be wrong, but I think that's what it is here in Texas.
And that leads me to my other question, Dr. Benjamin. In terms of other states, have there been any states that have adopted this statewide for their institutions?
West Virginia, Missouri for a pilot for 2 years, and then they didn't have the state funding to continue it, but so that individuals, they've dropped to individual campuses within Missouri. And now I won't be surprised if Kansas comes in. The entire system of California State University, which is 22 campuses, the entire system of North Carolina, actually the entire public system in North Carolina apparently is coming in next year.
Public system being both K through 12 as well?
No, community colleges.
Community college, okay. So there's about 5 states that it looks like are moving toward implementing this on a statewide basis? Okay.
Question I had is, obviously the assessment has got to be encapsulated within the institution. Is there any type of assessment postgraduate as to how this is working out?
Well, no. That's the short answer, but there ought to be. I mean, we really ought to generally do a better job of taking the pulse of what happens to our students 5 and even 10 years down the road. It's a very good question.
If I could answer that, for our system, the answer is yes. We are doing that. It may not be for the nation, but we are leading in that way.
Isn't that the ultimate?
Absolutely. And that's how we want to prove ourselves. We want to make sure that our students actually do what they were supposed to do. And let me just, Mr. Chairman, I just say one final thought on this. And I think the information that is generated by the CLA will improve the undergraduate experience. And let me give you one example, a real-life example. UT Arlington just went through the SACS accreditation, the Southern Association in Colleges and Universities accreditation. And the hallmark, or the QEP, the Quality Enhancement Plan, is devoted to active learning. And one of the tools that is being used to make sense of the work is the CLA. And I think and that's how it should be used. I mean, in those different ways, so that ultimately the students benefit from this, and not only benefit from this, but succeed in life in general. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Any questions? Leah?
Will we be able to use the results to learn more about what it takes to teach students higher order skills?
Well, yes. In fact, that is where, right now, that's where our entire focus is. I mean, we did the proof of concept study for this whole effort in 2002 and 2003, and then since then we've been doing growing the participation of schools. And now giving faculty the actual test giving them the scoring rubrics, and then working with them to give them everything we've got. I mean, here's the argument. What we've done is try to put together some of the strongest people in the country that think about this stuff, and then you try to do one thing really well, and then you distribute it, and then you get people using it in building on it going forward, and getting into the classroom. Let me give you an example of one site. Duke University is right now, the provost has put a lot of money into about half of the departments and programs there to create more student-centered learning environments. So he wants to understand the efficacy of those investments, and so he's using the CLA to compare how well are they doing better in those departments and programs than the departments and programs that haven't got that investment yet. And so there's going to be, I think there'll be a lot of things like that.
So there'll be a lot of research from, we know who's doing it, but now we want to know more about how they're doing it.
You're trying to get eventually into a continuous improvement model. You know, that's what we always like to talk about, but frankly, we just haven't been able to we haven't gotten there yet in undergraduate education.
Sure. Mr. Adams? Dr. Reyes, I know you're familiar with the Corning Board's accountability system, and Dr. Benjamin, I don't know whether you are or not. How do you see this kind of program ultimately fitting into a statewide accountability system?
That's an excellent question, and we already publish it in our own accountability program, so it's open to the world. So there's no reason as to why the state system, should not have that as one of the pieces in the accountability.
And obviously, in order to have it there, it would have to be a statewide program where everyone's participating. So, okay. Why?
And how do you see this reaching back into the K-12 sector to measure the successes that they have? You said that you know who the students are. If you were to profile them as to did they graduate with the recommended curriculum, what their SAT scores were entering as freshmen, and there was another piece I was going to mention. Oh, if on tax they scored at a mastery or commended level as opposed to the passing level. So you could then see who you're testing and measure growth that way and use that back into the K-12 accountability system.
I think that's a terrific question, and Roger may have a different answer than I do, but we are very much engaged in doing that right this moment. I mean, all of our institutions, they get profiles and they come back and work with the school districts to improve or to have conversations about what is important, and what is it that college ready means, or being college ready means. We have $12-13 million in private source funding that has given us connections to all of them, all of the surrounding institutions. We're trying to work with community colleges as well, make sure that we all work together so that we help each other. I mean, we're all in this, all along in this boat, if you will, and we have to help each other. And I think this has a lot of potential. We're not there yet with this particular instrument, but I think in the future we will be. Once we rule out all the, or get rid of all the kinks and issues.
I really didn't know anything about, frankly, the college readiness debate until a couple of years ago, and now suddenly independent high schools around the country, high-end independents, are beginning to use the CLA, and various public systems are now beginning to consider it for exactly the reasons that you just pointed out.
Well, it seems like in your study, in your pilot, you would engage some of the school districts across the state to partner with you so that together you can have this accountability and
Absolutely.
And what time of the year is this given?
This is given, for the freshman sample is given in the fall, and for the senior sample is given in the spring.
For the fall, so you're really not measuring much growth.
Right. But that's, I mean,
That's the beginning.
That's the
That's just the beginning.
For the baseline, but now.
for the basic, yeah.
And what about using this as a measurement to talk about what Neil had mentioned for community colleges and open admission schools to measure the growth of where they take the student and move them
Absolutely. We started with four-year schools because when we started, we didn't know, as I try to explain, how much growth there even was in the 4 years. But it turned out to be very significant. So I became comfortable then thinking about community colleges as appropriate to use the CLA. After all, they may very well be adding more value than any other part of the higher ed sector. Then the next challenge was to, since they are open admission, and we do require this measure of competencies coming in to deal with that selectivity issue, we figured out a way to, we've chosen a national test, a well-validated test called Student Learning Evaluation, and we've crosswalked it with the SAT and ACT, and we give that. It's about a 30-minute test to the community college students, and it seems to be working. There are about 30 community colleges now this year using it.
Commissioner, I know you want to jump in on this.
Yes, I'd like to make a comment. I regret that...
Well, welcome. We're glad you're here, too.
I regret that I wasn't able to listen to the presentations by Dr. Benjamin and Dr. Reyes, but we've spoken about the CLA on numerous occasions, and so I think I understand the way it functions pretty well. Getting back to the comment that Ms. Bricker talked about or made, we have had some preliminary discussions here about developing something that a number of states use. It's called variously the Academic Performance Index for high schools. And what you can do is you look at a variety of factors. You look at SAT scores, ACT scores. You look at the percentage of students at a given high school sends to college, disaggregated by whether it's a community college, a public institution, a private institution. You look at the number of AP courses they take or dual credit courses they take. We could also link that to if the CLA were used broadly in the state, you could also look at CLA scores when they enter college and use that as a calculation in this API, this Academic Performance Index, so that people across the state, particularly families, would have a very clear sense of how well high schools were performing. And that's a very useful tool. The accountability system, and as you know, Senator Shapiro in particular is very interested in measuring how well higher education institutions do in terms of turning out well-trained, well-educated college graduates or transfers, or students who've completed a career in technical education. We can do something similar at the K-12 level, particularly at the high school level, and link all of these different components together so that the residents of Texas can look at some kind of metric that tells you at every point in the academic pipeline how schools are doing.
And to take it a step further, so that businesses can look back and see who they're hiring.
Sure.
Any other questions or comments? Dr. Benjamin, we thank you very much for being here. It's always good to see you,
Thank you.
know what's happening on your campuses. Appreciate it very
Any
much.
questions, be happy to email documents or anything else to you.
I also know that you travel too, so you might be available to travel somewhere in the state to talk about this.
Of course I will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Neil, do you want to borrow his time?
That might not be much. That might not be much incentive for me to show up for a test.
We're going to do something highly unusual which is to take a 5-minute break. But one announcement that I do, I know it. One announcement that I do want to make sure everybody is aware of, that precisely at 11:15, we need to stop everything that we're doing because we need to have a public hearing on the bond sale. So if Mr. Adams is here, Neil, if I need to interrupt you, we'll need to take care of that item. So we'll take a 5-minute break and come back. If y'all will please be seated, we will continue the meeting. I had no earthly idea how popular I would be by giving a 5-minute break. Mr. Adams was sure if you wouldn't mind, we're going to stay right where you are. And since the commissioner has been able to join us this morning, I know that he would like the opportunity to say a couple of things. One, about the Houston Endowment Grant, Commissioner, if you would, and then also some comments about our awards.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Shepard. I am very pleased to announce that we have received a grant, a 4-year grant from the Houston Endowment to create a research, higher education research center within the agency among the staff of the coordinating board with the idea of doing strategic planning for higher education in Texas. This grant will allow us to appoint a director of research and a director of strategic planning. We haven't worked out the job description entirely yet, but the whole idea of this internal think tank will be to shelter a small number of staff who will work exclusively on critical strategic planning issues for the state, including the evolution of instruction and learning, looking at higher education finance issues, looking at the latest research and the latest effective strategies in areas, critical areas like developmental education. We have to send a letter in to the Houston Endowment acknowledging the acceptance of the grant, and I wanted to hold off on that until we brought this to the board for formal approval.
Commissioner, just for your information, we did vote unanimously.
Okay. Well, thank you. That's reassuring. But I think that this grant is important in a number of ways. All institutions do some strategic planning, but typically it's done in a very brief period of time. There are usually other pressures that pull people off this kind of exercise. And one of the conditions of the grant, interestingly enough, was that we must not pull people that are working in this research center / think tank and pull them to do other work that the agency has to do in response to legislative requests or requests from the governor's office. They must be dedicated to strategic planning, and we certainly agreed to that. So that means we will have this full-time effort. We haven't worked out all the details of the center, but we will have a director, an associate director, and then we will have a fellows program that allows us to bring in top researchers from around the state and from other parts of the country to come in for designated periods of time and work on critical issues. We know that sometimes the expertise we need is strongest in other parts of the country, and so we will have the resources available to do this work well. So I think this is an exciting development for the coordinating board. I want to thank all the people on the coordinating board staff who worked on this. Obviously, David Gardner was one. Catherine Dykes, who's had a lot of experience working on grants, helped. But the person that was mostly responsible for preparing the grant and submitting it was Terry Flack. So I want to thank all the staff members who worked on that. The second issue is the education research centers. You all know that one of the provisions of House Bill 1 of the last special session was to create these educational research centers. We could create up to 3 of them with the idea that they would do research that supported the implementation of House Bill 1 and also helped us in achieving the goals of closing the gaps and aligning public education with higher education. We went through a process of, we prepared an RFP, circulated it among institutions in the state. We appointed a group of external reviewers, distinguished people from around the country who were experts on educational research. And then we took a look at the proposals internally. We put together the evaluations of the outside reviewers together with our own estimates of the quality of the proposals, and we decided to fund three proposals that we received. One from the University of Texas at Dallas, a second from the University of Texas at Austin, and the third from Texas A&M University. Now, we received four other proposals, and although we did not determine that those proposals justified the establishment of educational research centers, we did find in those proposals some strong proposals for individual research projects. And so one of the things that we are asking these three funded centers to do is to subcontract with some of the other institutions so that those institutions can work on particular research projects that we thought were especially meritorious. There was a project, for example, on developmental education at Texas State University San Marcos that was quite good. There were a couple of projects at other institutions that focused on areas related to Hispanic education, and clearly that's an area in which we have to make improvements. So we think that we've come up with a thoughtful way of dispersing these funds in a way that will make the biggest difference, and will place the funding primarily at institutions that have the strongest capacity to do high-level research on these particular issues.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now we will move on to the next item on our agenda, which is the Committee on Strategic Planning. Chairman Adams.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, one thing on the research centers I might mention is that there will be very comprehensive memoranda of understandings between those three institutions and the coordinating board in terms of what expectations are there and how we're going to use the data and the information, and how that's going to probably interrelate to the think tank, because they're all going to interrelate, I think, in terms of where we go with that. I'd also like, Commissioner, to commend you and David Gardner for the presentation on policy. The very foundation of what all of us do is the product that we produce, and how can we understand what we're doing, if it's doing the right thing, if we don't assess it, and if it's not quality assessment. And so I'm excited that this kind of thinking is out there, and that we're looking at this as a state and as a nation, because I think that's important for us being successful in the future, particularly developing those critical thinking skills that we really need in the workforce. Mr. Chairman, as I got closer to Dr. Perez's tie, I could not see from a distance the fact that it had what it had on it, but I think those were cows, weren't they?
Laura, do you want to explain to Mr. Adams what those were?
I'll explain them in closed session.
Well, look like to me. As part of my chairman's report, that's what happens when you lose control, Mr. Chair. I want to mention one thing that we've been working on in the coordinating board, particularly Chairman Shepard and I, with the staff and the commissioner, is the capital funding task force. And again, I'm going to continue to mention this every time I have an opportunity, because it is an ongoing task force. That task force initially adopted three components. One is to remove some restrictions and add some flexibility at the institutional level for HEAF funds. The other was to develop a committed appropriation for deferred maintenance. And the third one, and I think the more important one, was to develop some sort of meaningful capital funding policy for this state that allows institutions on a long-term basis to plan capital funds and to more efficiently spend those capital funds. Senator Zaffarini has got a bill that particularly deals with the HEAF issue that we're working with her on as we go through this session. We knew as a task force when we began this in January, this was not about this session. It was about the future of Texas in terms of how we deal with capital funding, that it was going to be an ongoing process, and that we would have to deal with that in the interim between now and the next session. So those of you that are a member of that task force, they know that this will be an ongoing project. The first item on our agenda for strategic planning are items 6B. These are consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the Board relating to amendments to Section 17.01B of Board Rules concerning campus planning. Ms. Brown, you want to discuss the recommendation from the staff, which is a little bit different than what we discussed at the committee level on March the 14th.
At the committee level, we discussed the recommendation was to adopt the rule change. We have gotten numerous comments from the institutions saying that basically what the rule change would have done was to change the amount of reporting for the school and reduce the amount of reporting, and we thought most of the schools would agree with this. They want to get counted and have it known that they are taking care of deferred maintenance as low as $10,000 apparently. So we got many, many requests to not do that, so we have withdrawn the proposed rules. And so our current recommendation is to withdraw those rules and not have to worry about those.
And let me comment on that. And I think this is a prime example, hopefully, Commissioner, of the staff, your staff, and the organization, and how we work with the institutions. That so often a policy is considered and adopted in Washington or Austin with little thought to the implications for the people that have to implement the policy. And so the institutional input is critical. We welcomed it, we got it, and as a result of that input, then the staff's recommendation is to withdraw the request. And if I hear nothing, if I don't hear a motion to approve it, then I consider it withdrawn. Hearing no motion, then it's considered withdrawn, and the rule stands as it is written. The next item on our agendas are item 6C. This agenda item is consideration adopting of the committee's recommendation to the board relating to construction, rehabilitation, property purchase projects. We considered 5 projects at the March 14th committee meeting. These 5 projects total $256.6 million. The first project is a request of the University of Texas at San Antonio to construct Engineering Building 2. Charles Lampe is here, I believe. Charles, where are you? Oh, come forward. Let me back up a little bit here in terms of these projects, and many of you do not attend the committee meetings or the strategic planning meeting. We go into, the staff, first of all, goes into great lengths of review and analysis and working with the institutions. And we spend a great deal of time at the committee level and committee meetings and looking at these, and I don't want anyone to think that because something's on a consent agenda or because we sort of move through the agenda quickly on these items that there's not a great deal of thought and analysis goes into these projects. And I know Mr. Lampe and some of his colleagues, I know Virgil Gage here, Mike Ellicott and others that work with our staff and with us on a frequent basis realize the scrutiny that truly does go into understanding that these projects meet the 5 standards that we as a board have set as policy in considering and scrutinizing these projects. Mr. Lampe, you want to make any comments about your project?
I guess, I echo what you said about, the scrutiny and how wonderful the staff is to work with in developing and asking the questions and getting the appropriate answers. We cannot say how much UTSA needs this building. This was our original 2005 TRB request, and here we are in 2007. We need 9 of these buildings to take care of our deficits. So, every building we get goes to keeping the gap where it is, so to speak, as far as facilities because of our rising enrollment. So we appreciate your help and support.
Keep doing what you're doing, closing the gaps, providing young men and women an opportunity. Any comments on the project?
Well, this project really is, we call it a little sister to our biotechnology, sciences, and engineering building that was come online about 1.5 years ago. And this building is a little smaller, a nominal 150,000, approximately 148,000 gross square feet. We do have classrooms and a teaching lab in this building, as well as research that supports the College of Engineering and the College of Sciences Department of Physics. This will allow our physics department to finally be
collected into one building, because they've been spread throughout the campus in various buildings, trying to accommodate the growth. And also, this building will allow us to actually hire additional faculty in engineering and physics to really support the students that are there. So entirely needed.
This is an approval of evaluation. It's an $82.5 million project. It comes to you with a recommendation for approval from the Committee on Strategic Planning. What is your pleasure?
Move to approve.
Second.
Elaine Mendoza makes the motion, and Lynn Phillips seconds. Any other discussion, comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you
Very much.
Lynn. Appreciate it. Our next project our second project is a request from the University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center to purchase 3001 Pawnee in Houston, Texas. Lonnie Fugit, I believe, is here. Lonnie, are you here? Okay. He's here from UTMD Anderson to answer any questions we might have. This again comes to you as a recommendation for approval from the committee. It is a $35,874,051 piece of property, strategically located, as I recall the presentation, in terms of where you are now. You might comment on that, Mr. Fugit.
Yes, sir. As you can see, it's about a quarter mile from the South Research Campus. And although that picture, I guess it just shows the very beginnings of the road network there on the South Campus, there's a north-south road that's going to go, that's currently there, and it's going to be connected by work next year by the City of Houston directly to the main campus. So possibility of getting from this site to the main campus in about 5 or 10 minutes, and that's very important. There aren't many sites this size near Texas Medical Center right now. So we can, it permits us to plan on a clean sheet of paper.
And this site consists of approximately 28 acres. It's a very large site, and we've been put in detail at the committee level. What's the pleasure of the board? Neil makes the motion. Chairman seconds the motion. Any other comments or discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Appreciate it. Our next item is the third project, request of the University of Texas Permian Basin to construct Science and Technology Complex Phase 1. I believe Christopher Forrest is here, UT Permian Basin, to answer any questions. This is an approval of evaluation. Phase 1 is $6 million. Phase 2 is $56 million for this project. Any comments that you'd like to make, Mr. Forrest?
Phase 1 is basically renovations of existing space, and we're proceeding with that before we complete planning for the new construction, because we have an industrial technology program that's fairly new and is desperate for space. So we're hoping to move ahead on at least the renovation phase initially.
Very good. This comes to you with a committee approval recommendation. What's the pleasure of the board? Chairman makes the motion. Ms. Mendoza seconds. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Forrest.
Thank you.
Next item on fourth project is a request of the University of Houston to construct graduate and professional student housing. Dilip Antikel is here, I believe, on behalf of the University of Houston. I apologize. This is a $96,643,000 square foot, or $96,643 million project. It's here with a recommendation from the committee for approval.
The University of Houston has recently completed a framework study. As part of the analysis, one of the directions that the university is heading towards in terms of closing gaps and other issues is to increase the amount of housing we have on our campus. Currently we have 4,200 beds. By 2015 we hope to have over 10,000 beds. This project will provide 982 beds for professional graduate students. The site of this project is actually bounded by business, law, engineering, and architecture, hence the direction towards this. All of the units are urban loft-type facilities. In fact, when we've done presentations to the various committees on campus, the response has been, when does this open? It opens in fall 2009, and the other question we've had is, will faculty and staff be allowed to live here? So it's a very important project to us. It'll be one of several that we hope to undertake over the next several years.
Very good. Any other questions? Again, this comes to you with a recommendation for approval from the Committee on Strategic Planning. It's the pleasure of the board. Phillips, Dr. Phillips moves for approval. Do I have a second? Second. Mr. Foster seconds. Any other comments or discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. The next item is a request from Texas A&M University, and involves a change of source of funding. I am a member of the Executive Committee of the 12th Man Foundation, which happens to be the guarantee for the source of those fundings, and I'm going to recuse myself and ask the Vice Chairman to take over for this particular project.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. The last item for board approval is a request from Texas A&M University for reapproval to construct an indoor athletic facility. This would normally have been a committee-level approval, but because of Texas A&M University board meeting date, the decision was pushed to the board. It's a timing issue. Virgil Gay is here to answer any questions that we have. This was originally approved by the commissioner in February of 2006 at $20 million. It's now $35.6 million, so it's a 78% increase. The other thing is they were originally going to use $12 million of general revenue bonds, and it's now all gift funds, I believe.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have any comments about it? Or?
No, I just wanted to say, first of all, good morning to the board, and I wanted to say that Texas A&M University is very excited about the prospect of completing the entire project. Initially, when the project moved forward, there were issues in terms of escalating costs and so forth, and they were proceeding building a shell building for the track facility, and now with the additional private funds, able to move forward on a complete project, which, by the way, will end with the university hosting the National NCAA Track Championships in College Station in 2009. So they're very excited about being able to complete the entire project and move forward. It will be a state-of-the-art facility that they desperately need. The track facilities that they have now, they actually cannot even run on the facilities that they have now. They have to practice elsewhere. So they're very excited about this project.
Any questions for Mr. Gay? It comes to you with recommendation for approval.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Fred Heaven. Second by Elaine Mendoza.
Where did they go to school?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And opposed?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Y'all could have stood up.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Well done. Agenda item 6D, that completes our projects that's for your approval. I want to direct your attention, though, to your book. The committee approved on April the 14th 8 projects for 8 different institutions at $211 million in terms of approval. I'd also direct your attention to your book. The commissioner in the interim between January and this April meeting approved 5 projects totaling $75.2 million. Assistant Commissioner for Planning and Accountability, Susan Brown, approved 18 projects for $76.4 million. There's a great deal of construction and improvement and expanded opportunities going on around the state. Before I get to the next item, and it alludes to a comment I made earlier when Mr. Lampe was here about staff and equipment, I think, Commissioner, I know the folks that work with our staff on a daily basis in this particular area realize what a hard work it is to get to a board meeting or to a committee meeting to get these projects in line. And Susan, I'd like for you and the rest of your staff, and I know you got some staff in here, would y'all stand up and let the board, we need to recognize you and thank you for what you do. Where are you? Thank you. Our next item on the agenda is item 6E. This is a discussion of tuition revenue bonds. Even though we've got a task force looking at different ways to do things, TRBs are still a part of our life and will continue to be till we come up with a better plan. And as many of you know, prior to the special session in 2005, we were asked as a coordinating board to develop criteria by particularly the Senate side of the House, I think it's both Senate and House side, to help us evaluate and ultimately make what would be sound, rational recommendations to them in terms of what were appropriate construction projects and use of TRBs. We did that. In the interim, we've had, Susan, I think, a task force of institutions that have worked with you and your staff to come up and look at that. We've had input from the staffs, particularly the Senate and House leadership that particularly deals with this. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Brown to explain what you have in. I also would direct your attention, board, to the lavender handout. I asked Susan on the changes, and also in your book, you'll note particularly in your book that I asked her to, what I refer to in the legal business as redline. I like to know the way it was and what changes were made. And so what you have in the book has been redlined to indicate what our previous criteria is and what the recommendation is today. Ms. Brown?
Thank you very much. And I've asked Jeff Trickle, who has worked on this extensively, what we did after the criteria, the TRB during the special sessions, we actually sent out the criteria to all the institutions and asked for feedback to get everybody's comments, not only on how their specific project ranked, but overall on the criteria, what kind of changes they would like to make. And Jeff's going to give us a short presentation, and I'll probably open up my mouth.
Hello.
Good morning.
Yes, as part of last month.
Your mic
up a little bit.
There you go.
No, you
Use the other mic. That's the one that they switched out earlier.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes. There you go.
Okay, as discussed at the last committee meeting, we talked about some of the changes, and so I'll be discussing the same thing plus some additional items that were brought up at the committee, and we have some answers for that. But like it says in the agenda book, basically 1 year ago, when I first started, we were through the TRB presentations, and we were in short order needed to evaluate the TRB project. So we had to review the closing the gaps, the planning of the project, the matching funds, deferred maintenance, and cost. After they were authorized, we wanted to get comments like Susan Brown mentioned. And in the comments that were collected from the institutions, most of them were in the categories of people wanted to be, or institutions wanted to be aware of what the criteria was. And that's, we can understand that. There was concerns of subjectivity and how the points could be awarded. The current concern of the weight factors were or if in balance. There was agreement and disagreement between the categories that were used for the criteria. There was concerns of how the criteria could be used with the different mix of institutions, the universities, the health-related institutions, and matching funds threshold could be a burden for the smaller institutions. And as a result, what's presented in the agenda book is the changes that we have compiled based on the survey from CV staff and other concerned parties and presented last month to the committee. Some of the major changes include separate criteria for new construction and repair and renovation. That is different, and each section is 100 points. The maximum points increase for the closing the gaps criteria. there is greater stratification of the points of certain criteria, and then greater range of percent levels within those measures. And also with construction costs, we were going to look at, instead of RS means, utilize the engineering news record as a measure. Basically, one of the major questions during the committee meeting was how did the impact of these changes look at the prior projects. And so we did an analysis of those projects. And basically, I just wanted to mention some percentages here. With all the projects, the average points with the old criteria was about 42.02. With the new criteria, the average points was 38.60. So it was a decrease of 3.42. So it's pretty much stayed the same. At the top projects, staying in the top with the new criteria. Looking at how we're going to differentiate.
Let me stop you right there, Jeff. I think what happened too is if you look at these changes, it changed the emphasis. If you see the redistribution of points, particularly in closing the gaps, and this came from some input I know from Senator Zaffarini's staff and Jeannie Morrison's staff, that's something we needed to, and we also needed some broader categories and spread those points out in some of the categories. So if you look at it, I think those are some of the rationale behind some of these changes.
When we looked at how we're going to change and the sections being new construction and 100 points there, and then repair and renovations and infrastructure and 100 points in that category, we wanted to look at and see how that stacked up with the prior projects. And with new construction, utilizing the old criteria, the average points was 44.5, and with the new criteria, it was 43.02. So a change of minus 1.46. So that looked good. Looking at repair and renovation, that's where we saw the more dramatic change in points. With repair and renovation with the old criteria, the average points was 43.1, and with the new criteria, it was 35.9, so a change of minus 7.2. So, in looking at that, what we could determine is that with the criteria change, there was some points that we're losing with the repair and renovation, that the new criteria did not have those categories. So that changed dramatically some of the evaluations on those projects.
Let me interject here. I know I couldn't not say anything. For the new construction, one of the big things is some of the new construction projects actually had demolition of an old building or something like that took care of deferred maintenance. Because most of the deferred maintenance is repair and renovation, we took the deferred maintenance as a criteria for the new construction totally out. So that did make some shifts for some of the new construction projects. And we put all the deferred maintenance as a part of the repair, renovation, and infrastructure. And we basically increased the points for closing the gaps, as Mr. Adams said. And we also did some of the incremental, and that's one of the things that the institutions had really focused on in their comments, was to have more of an incremental. We had some projects, for like matching funds. We had it at 0, you either got 0 points, 5 points, or 10. We changed that to allow a little bit more deviation, so you'd have like 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10 points, so that if you got a little bit of matching funds, you did get some points instead of 0 points altogether. That was to kind of help some of the smaller institutions.
This is presented to you as an information item. It's not something when we're asking you to adopt today. And I would say to the institutions that this continues to be a work in progress, that we would continue to covet your input. This is all about you. It's about you getting approval for TRBs. And I'm pleased, Laura, I know that the Senate and the House side and leadership looks to this, and I think is excited that we continue to improve this criteria to be in such a fashion to provide better recommendations and more meaningful recommendations that are based on sound, rational data. So I think the criteria and the changes that we made are helpful in that area. Yes, ma'am.
It says there's a maximum of 100 points, but is this new math? Because it looks like you can get more than 100 points. When you tally up each of these numbers, it goes way over 100 points.
There's two separate sections in here.
Yeah, there's two sections.
There's 100 points for the new construction, 100 points for repair and renovation.
I'd still go at them again.
Okay.
We'll look at that. Yeah, we'll make sure that's correct.
Some of the sections are is a total, and then we show the breakdown of that section. So like, for example, new construction, it's 40 points for closing the gaps, but that consists of 25 points and 15 points.
Inclusive with that, yeah.
Add down, it won't.
I thought it was Aggie math.
Okay, we are a little bit balanced. Jeff went to UT.
Coming from a Red Raider, I understand that comment. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my committee report.
That is confusing. I think it is confusing.
Probably a good place to end it.
Yeah, it is.
What I'm going to do on agency operations is move to a couple of items and hold 11:15 until the appropriate time, which is agenda item 7B. So we'll come back to that. So if anybody needs to interrupt me and remind me at 11:15, don't hesitate to do so. Under agency ops, item number C is on the consent calendar. Item number D, we still have some issues with. We'd like to table that and bring it back to the board in July. So the Chair would entertain a motion to table. Motion made by Nancy Neal, seconded by Fred Helden Fells. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Item E is our report on course redesign grants to be awarded under the College Readiness Initiative. Excuse me. Joe, are you going to talk about that, or is Joe?
Joe.
Dr. Joe Stafford. Joe, good morning.
Good morning. Having reported to many of you yesterday in the committee meeting, it's just redundant. The course redesign project is well underway. This is a part of that House Bill 1 initiative for college success. We put out an RFP early in the year, have a set of responses to that. There are 4 projects that fall under the threshold for committee review or committee approval. One at El Paso, one at Del Mar College, one at Austin Community College, and one at Texas Tech. Those 4 projects are shown on the front side of your pink page and would be awarded administratively, get those projects rolling. There are 2 larger projects that the committee approved yesterday, one at North Texas and one that would have us go out to try to negotiate a contract with a not-for-profit corporation. All of this is underway. Looks like some exciting possibilities.
Okay. Are there any questions? Dr. Stafford? Jeff? Thank you very much. The next item, F, has been a placeholder. We don't have any impact statements to discuss, but we certainly were busy in the last month or so. And under item G, as you will see, 7G, we have 7 impact statements that we were asked to provide, that Vice Chairman Adams and Secretary Lorraine Perryman and the Commissioner and I discussed on occasion. And obviously at this point in time we would seek your approval of our actions. What I will do, and I'll take just a minute to recap these so you know the position of them. The first one is the law school at North Texas. Of course, we had some concerns about that. Number one, the number of lawyers in Texas as we sit. It's not a growing population. Dallas certainly doesn't have any problems in attracting lawyers to their community. This goes back to the report that the coordinating board had done some years ago about the fact that if we did need a new law school, there were really two areas of the state to look at. One was South Texas, and I use a broad definition of South Texas, and then the Metroplex area. And if Weber can probably give us the very latest on where this sits, but this was looked at, and the legislature took our advice and then did what they wanted to do, and they're moving full steam ahead, both in the House and the Senate, to approve this. Has it reached the floor yet? On the calendar? Okay. Any questions on that one? The next one was SB 146 about higher ed enhancements taxing districts. This was authored by Senator West about creating local taxing, higher ed taxing districts. It would be a local issue if they so desired. We talked a lot about that, obviously, as it relates to some of the taxing issues themselves. That pretty well falls outside of the realm of what we do at the coordinating board, and we so stated in that impact statement. And I really don't know where that bill stands. Laura, do you?
Let's see, I'm trying to find it on my little list here. And it hasn't been heard yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. SB 211 is the center at Killeen. The primary issue here from our perspective, we've always felt like, and our board rule is that the critical mass to create a new freestanding university is 3,500 students. There's been a bill introduced to reduce that number, not only reduce it to 1,000, but also recalculate the way you get to 1,000. I don't know if David Gardner's here or Laura, if you remember exactly how that calculation works.
They were going to use the fall, spring, and summer semesters rather than just the fall semester count.
Okay. So our position is, and our impact statement certainly said that we believe that should not be eroded, and we have stuck with 3,500 students. Just to remind the board, of course, what the legislature has done and is doing currently has a small school supplement, and I believe the magic number is anything under 5,000 or 3,500 now. Okay, that they give a small school supplement, and what is that? 700 and small school supplement. What? It's 5,000, isn't it? The audience knows better than we do that live with it, so I understand that. It's 5,000, that's what I thought. And so they recognize there are issues there. So the commissioner and I have talked about this, and what his intent is after the session is over with is to sit back down and revisit this whole thing. I don't believe they have any different thoughts at the moment, but it's probably time to look at it again. The next item, SB 420, was creating the Regional Academic Health Center in Harlingen, Texas, which I know a little bit about.
Chairman, they probably need to realize this is in your supplemental materials.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you all have that? It's in the red.
Because this happened since the agenda was published.
Red
so
material.
you should have a packet like this.
Here again, the position of the board is that that might be something to look forward to down the line, but there's a lot of infrastructure and a lot of programs, talking specifically about resident programs that need to be developed prior to establishing a med school. SB 1150, which was heard this week, is the establishment of an engineering degree program at A&M. Our position and analysis as we have looked at it is that there are a number of engineering schools, not only in the state of Texas, but in South Texas. Of course, there's one right down the road from Corpus Christi in Kingsville. There's another one up the road at UTSA, and then there's certainly one in the lower Rio Grande Valley at Pan Am. And the number of engineering students are not growing such that there really is demand. So our position in the impact statement was that would not be the wise thing to do with limited amount of resources that the state of Texas has today. And I'm not...
It has passed the subcommittee on higher education, so we'll go to the full Senate Education Committee next.
Okay. Let's see. SB 1400 is establishment of a law school at the University of Texas at Brownsville. The impact statement on that was very similar to the impact statement that we provided on SB 105. The Reader's Digest version is we don't feel like you really need one at this point in time, but if you did, the two areas that you would look at is South Texas and the Metroplex. Last but not least is SB 1749. We were given 34 hours to respond to this piece of legislation. This is the legislation that would move Angelo State University from the Texas State University system over to Texas Tech. The commissioner and the staff, as you can well imagine, spent 24 or 28 of those 34 hours working on this. One of the things that the commissioner did was to contact both Chancellor Hance and Chancellor Matthews to try to get as much input as he possibly could. I think we raised several issues in that regard because we just flat didn't have the time to do an in-depth analysis. One of the issues that came to the forefront rather rapidly was bonding issues. You've got one set of lawyers, V&E, saying one thing and Fulbright and Jaworski saying another.
How could that happen? How could that happen?
Are they paid by different clients? We thought that issue was very important to raise, which we did. And then, of course, the other thing that we mentioned in that regard is the difference between theory and reality. As we all know, the theory is that all bonds these are tuition revenue bonds, are supported by tuition revenue. In reality, the way that it sits today is that the principal and interest, most bienniums, is paid for by the legislature and appropriated by the legislature. I understand, I guess as of this morning, that's what the commissioner was doing downtown today, passed, Laura?
Senate Education, yes, so it's heading to the floor.
So it's headed to the floor. Let me back up. To move Angelo from Texas State to Texas Tech, and that's the bill, moved out of education in the Senate, and I was here on Monday, so I know it moved out of House Higher Ed, so it's going to the floor in both of those cases. So that's a recap. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Elaine?
Real quick question. SB 211, did that also include Texas A&M San Antonio?
The bill has been amended, so it includes San Antonio. It also includes UNT Dallas.
Yes.
But yet the impact, do we have to go back and do another impact statement? How does that work?
No, the impact statements are requested prior to it being heard in committee, and that's the last time we are able to weigh in.
Yeah. But Elaine, our position is still the same on that. I think had we been asked, we would still stick with 3,500.
Right.
Okay. Brett?
Mr. Chairman, I was just going to make a brief comment about SB 1150, not so much regarding this impact statement, it's just the concept about which is the cart and which is the horse in terms of the pool of engineering students is not growing, and yet, are we expanding the opportunities? And I think that's something I'd like to see this board, analyze is what has the potential to create a whole that's greater than the sum of the parts in terms of opportunity, because we need those STEM graduates to increase.
No, I think that's a good point. I think goes right back into why Raymond and those of us that have been involved to this point are so excited about the Houston Endowment Grant, because I think it gives us those sorts of opportunities to step back and think about those things long term.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to shift that same comment. Mr. Helmfeld, when it was 2002, the staff did a statewide needs assessment study for the professional schools, and I've written a letter to Commissioner and to Mr. Shepard asking that we reopen those after the session is over, and also expand that into some areas that we didn't cover in 2002. I think that we've got to update so we don't end up where we've got 36 hours sometimes to look at some of these issues. We've done a very comprehensive study outside the heat and fire of the legislative session to really analyze where we are on some of these in terms of what's the appropriate expansion and where should it be.
Right. If there are no other questions or comments or thoughts, the Chair would entertain a motion. Motion made by Nancy Neal. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Fred Helmfeld. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Laura, I guess a couple of other things that we'll mention, anything that you have to add, a couple of bills that are of interest to us and the way we do our business. I think y'all are aware that we had talked about this previously, is the ability to meet by telephone. And then the other is that our notice being cut down from 30 days to 7 days, bringing us into the 21st century. And then, of course, that's SB 1045. 1046.
It passed the Senate.
It passed the Senate today.
Yesterday, I believe.
Yesterday, okay. All right. As I think you all know, we asked Senator Whitworth to carry that bill. Then the other one was the issue dealing with the confidential nature of dealing with the commissioner's appraisal.
Not just the commissioners, it's the chancellors and president.
It's the chancellors and the president. It's to treat higher ed just like public ed is treated, and Senator Whitworth also carried that bill, and it's moving forward. What's the latest on it, Laura?
It's pending in committee. It's been heard.
Okay. When Senator Whitworth is carrying both of those, there's not a companion bill, but I talked to Chairman Morrison this week, and she's going to pick both of those up in the House for us. So we're hopeful that both of those will move forward.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Yes, the 1045 got passed out of subcommittee and is pending in the Senate.
Pending in the Senate, I'm sorry, I should have been more clear.
Right. It is out of subcommittee.
Right. Okay.
Laura, anything else that you can...
On other bills?
Yeah.
There's another red packet in your on your tables that has some colored sheets behind it. We're tracking about 480 bills, but these are the ones that are moving and are of higher interest than some of the others. So we did a selected pick of some bills here to show you where they were in the process. And doesn't mean that others aren't or won't be moving, because we still have at least 2 weeks to get things through committees. So we should see quite a few bills have action taken on them in the next couple of weeks. But this was just to give you a sense of that. I hope that the updates we've been sending once a week have been helpful in that regard too, because it's always a moving target. I mean, as the chairman was saying, things were passing this morning that we were trying to get our lists updated on. So
I think it's 4 a day, isn't it? I mean, it's not once a week.
4 a day?
Well,
sorry.
That's a good point. Laura, I don't know if you all have a real tight spam catcher, but if you all of a sudden started getting lots of emails from Dominic Chavez that you may not have met, he is seated behind you all over here. Dominic, will you stand up? Dominic is working with Laura, governmental affairs. I think he's done a wonderful job. And you're right, Nancy, we probably get 4 or 5 or 6 a day. So if you haven't been receiving them, you need to go check your spam catcher, because he's sending them. Mr. Adams?
Were you going to talk about Senator Williams?
I could, but if you go, you're welcome.
Senator Tommy Williams has agreed to carry our, as you recall, we had asked Vincent Elkin through Tim Geitloff to give us some recommendations on some flexibility in our bonding ability, and Tim was good enough, working with Bill Franz, to put together a package that Laura and I visited with Senator Williams on, and he's carrying two bills, 1640 and 1641, and a constitutional amendment that would be required to implement one of the things that we asked to change, SJR 57. So, and I think those are moving along as we speak.
Sure.
So.
Laura, Nancy?
Molly, 2 years ago it was my first session on this board, and I felt kind of unconnected with what was going on. I mean, we could read these things, but I want to compliment Laura and her staff. Maybe they've overcorrected a little bit, I'm not tongue in cheek, but I do feel like there's no need for me to go anywhere but to my computer to find out exactly what's going on in higher ed. And it's a good feeling. I feel so much more informed and engaged.
Good. Good. Thank you.
Now we know who Dominic is.
You want to talk about House Bill 1?
Oh, sure, go ahead.
We kind of track things, as you see in here. We have bills related to higher ed. We have bills related to agency operations and administration that we're keeping track of. But, of course, the big bill that we are always looking at is the appropriations bill, because so many of higher ed policy matters are actually, and things that this board is interested in, are actually embedded in appropriations. They're not going to be bills that are moving through. It's that one bill that encompasses all those policy issues. So there is also another red packet for you that is strictly on appropriations and where that is right now. I did want to ask Terry Flatt, because she's actually been watching this for us more carefully and is able to attend more of the hearings than I am on this, to be available to answer any questions or to kind of bring you up to speed on where that is.
The short version of what Laura said is you can pass all the bills in the world. If there isn't any money associated with it, it's going to be hard to carry out the mission. Terry, do you want to visit with us a little bit about?
Yeah, just briefly, the first piece is kind of a narrative, just to give you an idea of what the House did and what the Senate did, and what the key elements were. I think that the most striking difference, if you will, between the previous sessions is that both sides put a substantial amount of money towards financial aid at the initial stage of the process. Usually they wait and see if there's leftover money, and then they dump it in. But the House put $150 million, Senate put $130 million in financial aid. Divvied it up kind of differently, but the point is that that's going to be the starting point for the conversation, which I think is really significant for higher ed as we go in. The Senate doubled the amount for the advanced research program and put about $35 million in their wish list. I'm not going to go through every single one of these issues because it's pretty much in your document. And there are two kind of big spreadsheets, hopefully that you can read, that describe every single strategy we've got. So if you really want to know what the House or Senate did, what the current budget is, it's all in there, so you can kind of tell where they went up or where they didn't go up. And it's divided by the operating budget and the trustee funds. There's also detail on financial aid, so you can see the significant financial aid programs and what they did. And just so you'll know, we put in the Article 11 amounts as well. So overall, higher ed, for the separate and apart from us, the Senate put in about $2.2 billion more for higher ed, and the House put in about $2 billion more for higher ed. In new money. Over. The big winners were the health-related institutions, but there was significant, and again, this is the starting point, so that's a kind of good place to be starting from as we go into conference. House has named its conferees. I just checked. Senate has not named them yet. We expect sometime later today that Governor Dewhurst will name the Senate conferees, and they'll get to work next week.
One of the things that I want to say to the board, and also those of you all in the audience, in years past, Terry and Laura both know this, even Raymond does, is that as we had looked at the budget, there was an internal debate of, well, should we really step out and ask for as much as we need? And there was a school of thought that, no, that's unrealistic. Why even throw the numbers out there? There's no way in the world they're going to come close to funding it. This board didn't do that. You stepped up. We looked at the need. The commissioner made some rather aggressive targets, I guess you would say, or rather aggressive dollars, with the support of the higher ed community, which encouraged us to do that. My personal opinion, after having spent so much time down there this session, I think Mr. Adams would back me up on this, I think that went a long way to set the stage. Because we put, in our LAR, as you all well know, we put a lot of new money. And as Terry said, we were very surprised to see just how much everybody had stepped up. So at times, if you don't think you play a role or you get a little frustrated, I can tell you that's absolutely one case that did help. And the leadership has continued to ask about that and about those dollars. So you need to pat yourself on the back. Terry, thanks. We appreciate it. Any other comments, or Laura, do you have any others?
No, sir.
Okay. Are there any questions of Terry or Laura in that regard? Okay. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I'm trying to see if there's one other thing that we might squeeze. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Commissioner, can you give your report on facility decisions made since the previous board?
Well, that's in your packet, so
okay.
It's self-explanatory.
Okay.
That's 15 seconds.
All right. Let's see. We will. Item J is going to take a little bit of time, and item K, although we show that the board will go into executive session on this item, it's not necessary for us to do so. We met and talked about this in committee yesterday, and I believe, unless somebody else has some other thoughts, then the recommendation of the committee that we will move forward on that a little bit later. In order to be right on time, what I'd like to do now is go ahead and call to the table Tim Dytloff with Vincent Elkins and Lee Donner with First Southwest. I think most of the board knows Tim's our bond counsel, and Lee Donner and his firm are our financial advisors. Good morning.
Good morning.
Tim, what does your watch say?
It says 11, 15, and 30 seconds.
Okay. On advice of counsel, I'll move forward then. Under agenda item 11B, which is about issuing college student loan and refunding bonds for the board student loan program, federal tax law requires that prior to issuing of bonds, a public hearing has to be held for the purpose of discussing the bonds and the use of the proceeds thereafter. This has been published in the Texas Register, and I will now open the public hearing with respects to the issuance of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board of the State of Texas college student loan and refunding bonds in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $105 million in one or more of the series for the purposes set forth in the public notice. Well, that's a mouthful. You can't say that in one sentence, Mr. Adams?
I don't think so.
Okay. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak against the issuance of these bonds? That's a good thing. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak in favor of the issuance of these bonds? Okay. Now that everybody has been given an opportunity to speak, I now declare the public hearing closed. Okay. Mr. Dytloff, would you care to explain what it is that we're going to do here this morning?
Certainly. You've been presented with a bond resolution and some bond documents behind it, which I will explain. This bond resolution authorizes the issuance of bonds in one or more series in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $105 million. After consultation with your staff and financial advisor, we plan on utilizing the authority in this bond resolution to issue two series of bonds. Back in January, the board obtained a private activity bond allocation from the Texas Bond Review Board in the amount of $75 million. We plan on using that allocation and issuing one series of bonds in an approximate amount of $75 million, proceeds of which would be used to make additional student loans. We plan on issuing a second series of bonds for the purpose of refunding select maturities of the board's outstanding bonds. By doing that refunding, that will free up some money in your interest and sinking fund in the approximate amount of $26,820,000 that can be used also to make additional student loans. This bond resolution delegates authority to the commissioner to establish the final terms of those bonds in accordance with the parameters under state law. It establishes that the bonds would be issued at a fixed rate, would be sold on a competitive bid basis, and contains provisions that are largely similar to the board's outstanding bond resolution. The resolution also appoints the Bank of New York to serve as the paying agent and escrow agent for these bonds, and it also approves the forms of the paying agent agreement, escrow agreement, and the official statement with respect to the bonds.
Okay. Mr. Adams?
Mr. Dyloff or Mr. Donner, probably more, either one of you, in terms of the competitive rate, and this was discussed yesterday, I want to make sure it's on the record that on a particular date that we have the sale, if we're not satisfied with the rate we're getting, where the bonds provide for a rolling sale of those bonds so that we can end up with on a date that we prefer the rate. Correct?
Yes, it's structured as a rolling sale, so you'll be able to pick the date for the actual sale on a 12-hour notice.
And Mr. Dyloff, in relationship, this frees up, what did you say, $26,820,000, and Ms. Hollis, where are you? You want to come up here a minute? One of the issues that we discussed in yesterday's operations committee meeting, as well as the one in January, was the need for this $75 million. And one of the questions that we had was what a money we've actually changed our, with advice of counsel and financial advisor, have changed our policies as it relates to reserves. And I'd asked the question as to what would this, in light of that change, what amount of money would be available to loan for student loans. I think yesterday you said $10.3 million, or $10,300,000 would be freed up. And so, so that's going to give about $112 million in loans. And is that an adequate amount? Is that too much? Is that exactly what we need to be doing?
I think that's very close to what we need.
Okay, based on past history of loan demand. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any other questions of either Mr. Donner or Dytloff on this issue?
Mr. Chairman, I did want to highlight, as I did for the Agency Operations Committee yesterday, that we did make one change to the bond resolution to the version that was provided to the board in its board packages. To Section 307 of the bond resolution, we added or rather broadened the list of coordinating board officers who have the authority to delegate, or rather the authority to direct the comptroller to ensure the bond funds are invested in accordance with the parameters of this bond resolution and others.
And that's in the document we had this morning?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments? Lee, I want to thank you and your folks for helping us identify and doing some financial analysis for us and additional resources that we could use. Okay, we appreciate it. The chair would now entertain a motion that we adopt the resolution. Motion made by Mr. Hinton. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Foster. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
next item is going to be a report this morning. Came to us a little bit late. Normally we would act on it. What I'm going to do is call on Janet Binke of our staff and James Dilling of the LBB to talk about the performance education review. And if there are no objections, the LBB would like to get this report out. And so after this discussion this morning, although we will not be voting on the matter, we would like to go ahead and allow them to distribute this. So, good morning, both of y'all. Janet, you going to start the discussion?
I'm going to start, and then James will chime in at the end. During the last session, the legislature mandated that the coordinating board and the legislative budget board examine reporting requirements placed on higher education institutions by either state law or agency rules. The reporting requirements were to be evaluated based on duplication, necessity, and efficiency. Although the coordinating board staff worked closely with the LBB throughout the process of this study, we have basically concentrated on those reports over which we have control. At every board meeting, data is presented to you, and whether that data deals with closing the gaps, financial aid, finance, or facilities, or whatever, it all comes from institutional reports. And those reports, we make continual use of that data, as you can see from what's presented to you, but that does not imply that all the data requested by the coordinating board is adequately utilized or that it is efficiently collected. I'd like to make 4 quick points regarding the coordinating board's portion of this study. The Legislative Budget Board surveyed institutions regarding CB and other state reporting requirements, and we used the results of that survey to identify which reports were deemed in the evaluation of the institutional respondents to require the greatest effort but have the least value. Those reports that had the worst ratings were the ones that we concentrated on. For all those reports that were at the bottom of the list, we have either already made changes to the reports, or we are in the process of reviewing the reports with institutional representatives, or in a few cases, we'll be examining those reports after the legislative session is over. The second point I'd like to make is that the LBB survey also asked for comments from the institutions. And the most frequent comments that we received from respondents were that they would like greater institutional input and sufficient notice before reporting changes, that they'd like updated data submission procedures, and that in a few cases they would like us to use industry standards. The third point I'd like to make is that the submission of the CB-LBB study is not really the end of our efforts in regard to reporting. We will continue to examine and work with the institutions to improve and streamline reporting as the years move on. And finally, I'd like to say that this study serves as a reminder to the agency that when we are developing new reporting requirements, we really need to work carefully with the institutions to make sure that those reports fit their needs and our needs as well. And that really concludes big picture what the CB's portion of the study was about. It was quite specific and aimed at the reports over which we have control. The LBB took a little more systemic view, and James Dilling will describe that now.
Good morning, Chairman, members, Commissioner. Again, for the record, James Dilling at the LBB. I've got 3 general areas that the LBB has suggestions on. First is issue identification. Second would be agency-level procedures, and then third would be a statewide approach to the issue of reporting. We obviously understand from the results of our survey that this is an important issue for the institutions, as is the need for information at the state level in your deliberations. Regarding issue identification, the Texas State Library and Archives Commission is tasked with producing a report of the reports. The first version of that will be available this June. That kind of complicated our process because we were hoping to synergize with that effort. But going forward, it's a part of the rider in the appropriations bill that Library and Archives will produce that inventory of the reporting requirements before each legislative session. It would identify overlap in reporting requirements between agencies, and it would require an affirmation of value for each reporting requirement from the receiving agency. Additionally, the Library and Archives Commission could choose to include the reporting requirements that we identified in our effort between the CB and LBB. It's also possible that a committee substitute bill may be filed, which would incorporate these into the statutory authority of the Library and Archives. But regardless, it will continue as a rider in the appropriations bill. Regarding agency-level procedures, our report suggests that those procedures require ongoing review, and the proposed reporting requirements of existing and proposed reporting requirements that would be necessary to minimize effort and maximize value for everyone. Several of those procedures are long-standing at the CB, and in fact that was kind of the model for many of our suggestions. The CB uses an agency-wide committee and a lead contact person. You have a fairly accurate inventory, which is even more accurate now, and you make estimates of the effort involved to meet each requirement. As a result, it's our opinion that further reductions of effort, although very important to pursue, may be marginal or very difficult to attain. Recommending changes to riders in the legislative appropriation request would be an alternative vehicle to try and minimize the reporting requirements. Alternatively, our survey reveals ripe opportunities to maximize the value for everyone by closing the feedback loop, greater reliance upon advisory committees, which you do currently use to some extent, and justifying the value of each requirement, not only to the legislative members that are requesting this information, but to the institutions that are supplying it to us. Also, greater access to collected and summary data would be very important in closing that loop. Your efforts with the research centers obviously will help in that regard. Regarding state-level approach to the issues, our report suggests that a review could ensure that efficiencies gained are not easily lost. We suggest a comprehensive approach, including establishing a sunset process, identifying future information needs at the state level, developing performance metrics if we want to hold the whole system accountable for this, focusing on overlap, particularly between agencies and targeted projects, and then sharing of guidelines or best practices. These suggestions may be pertinent to Senator Shapiro and Representative Morrison, the authors of Senate Bill 1226, as well as members of several legislative committees for general government relations issues. Companion bills are currently filed regarding Department of Information Resources relating to the sharing of information among state agencies. That's House Bill 921 by DeLisi and Senate Bill 383 by Ellis. That concludes our prepared remarks.
Does anybody have any questions of James or Janet on this, Fred?
So, what are we actually going to do with these results?
The report will be submitted to, as required in statute, to the governor, lieutenant governor, speaker of the House, the authors of the legislation, and then shared informally, perhaps, with a few other legislative members. As Janet indicated, and I'll let her follow up on the CB approach. On the LBB side, we will continue to be responsive to the members' follow-ups with the report.
But we're not, what I heard was we're not actually going to reduce the 134 required reports and try to maximize their value, even when many of the reports were assessed to have relatively low response value.
From the LBB perspective, we did look much broader than just the CB reports. Those were required by other state agencies by statute, not by rider. And based upon the results of the survey, we identified about 5 reports that appear to be duplicative in nature or perhaps conflicting definitions that could be improved. And we'll work with committee chairs on those to make recommendations on those. Regarding the CB reports,
later in this agenda, you'll have someone talk to you about the Uniform Recruitment and Retention Strategy report. It's one of the ones that was identified as requiring a lot of effort and not being of much value in the institution's viewpoint. We're making changes to that. You're going to hear about the changes that are suggested, and I think they're quite dramatic compared to what it was like before. The other reports that are really identified as being the worst, and there are many of them that deal with financial aid, there's been a committee. There's always a financial aid advisory committee. That advisory committee has been specifically tasked with looking at the reports that are required, and they've been studying that process for quite a long time now. It's not that easy to make improvements in something that's quite complex, mostly because the laws for each of the different grants are unique, and so the information collected needs to be somewhat unique. But they're continuing to work on it, and we're definitely using input from the institutions on that. Let's see, the CBM 002, known as the Texas Success Initiative, that one we're waiting until the end of the session to look at, and we'll meet with the institutions and decide what we ought to do with that. We have made some initial runs at removing information from that that's not really needed, but because the institutions already have in place a procedure for reporting that, it's almost more trouble for them to have to change, even if you're eliminating some of the reporting elements, because a lot of them use outside vendors to come to produce those reports. So, you have to weigh the value of it, and also we weren't sure at the time we were doing this study whether changes would be made during the session, so we didn't want to work on changes that we might again have to alter in the future. So that's the kind of thing that's happening. But I think we're all keenly aware that reporting takes a lot of time, but it's also very important for what we do. So we want to make the institutions aware of how we use the information they provide to us.
So that's good. Fred, and the commissioner just whispered in my ear. I started laughing out. What I was going to say to you is that the former chairman of this board had an idea about the way to handle these reports, and that is just to stop doing any of them and see who yelled. Randy said we ought to invoke the Farrington rule. but as you can imagine, this has been an ongoing concern and a problem for us and the institution and everybody. A lot of time and a lot of resources.
Great rule. Yeah. Is that your recommendation?
You need a motion, Mr. Chairman? Yeah. To adopt the Farrington rule?
We might want to start small.
If we do that, could we wait until the legislature has gone home and pick this up in July?
And not in the presence of the other.
Does anybody else have any questions or comments they'd like to make to James or to Janet? Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
What I was trying to do is to, with the limited amount of time that we had before we break for lunch, to see if there was, just some things squeezed in. And Chairman Ryder, if it's all right with you, could you cover those items that you can? I mean, I don't believe you can get through our agenda by noon, but if you would look at getting through those items that we can until about noon and find a breaking point.
Sure. Okay. You got 2 more on agency ops. You got 2 more items on agency ops.
Oh, yeah, excuse me. I apologize.
He's not through.
We have 1 more.
2.
What's the other one?
You got, well, maybe one of them sent. You got 7K. Did we approve the financial advisor? We approve that, or we leave that? Is that just an agency ops?
That's an agency ops.
Okay, yeah, well, then we got 1. Okay.
Yeah,
sorry.
You're exactly right. The item K is the consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board concerning an agreement with Sierra Systems relating to our loan program migration project. Mr. Adams?
As all of you know, Sierra Systems, Inc., we had a contract with them, and we advised legal counsel to terminate that contract. As a result of that termination, there was a dispute on February the 9th. Shepard and Lois Hollis and Darla Fent and I and Bill Franz met in mediation. We reported the details of that in executive session to the Agency Operations Committee yesterday, as well as and what comes to you today is a recommendation from Agency Ops Committee to authorize the chair and the board vice chair to execute a mutual release and settlement agreement consistent with the terms of what came out of mediation. So my motion would be to authorize the chair and the vice chair to enter a mutual release and settlement agreement with Sierra Systems, Inc., consistent with the agreement that's been approved by our legal counsel. And that's my motion.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Mr. Hinton. Any discussion on this item? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Same sign. Motion carries. Chairman Ryder?
That one's put to bed.
Mr. Chairman, I think what we'll try to do is I'd like to defer till after lunch our discussion of the college readiness and success plan, because to me that's probably most all of them are important items, but probably the most pertinent one that I'd like also everybody to be fresh coming off lunch to talk about, because that concerns HB1. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to skip around the agenda a little bit and try to cover those items that we can get, cover prior to lunch. The first agenda item would be 10B, and that we have elected to defer because the presenter could not be here to schedule that, and we'll try to present that at our July board meeting. We'll skip agenda item 10C, which is the combined college readiness plan. And what I'd like to do is direct us to agenda item 10D, which is a report on the state's P through 16's college readiness and success strategic action plan. And the board will remember that at the January meeting, we looked at the objectives that had been set out, and there were several very good points brought up, specifically by Elaine and Lynn and Laurie, regarding the issue of did the statewide plan encompass the entire P through 16 continuum. And so the board delegated that responsibility to our committee to go back and to modify that language to accomplish that purpose. Subsequent to that time, we met with staff and the committee. We came up with proposed language, went back to the TEA, presented that to the TEA staff. And the TEA staff was in agreement with the majority of that language, but they did bring up one key point, and that was that in our effort to do the P through 6 continuum, they wanted us to be more deliberate in putting PK in there, showing the need to focus on early childhood development all the way through the pipeline, which we agreed 100% with. So what we have done is we have now agreed to that language proposed by TEA. There was a P through 16 statewide meeting 3 weeks ago, I guess, where this language was approved by the P through 16 statewide council. And I'm pleased to report now that the P&S committee has met and has approved that language as adopted by them. So this is more of a report than asking for approval from the board. At each of your places, you will have a revision of the P through 16 strategic objectives. And again, you might go through that real quickly, Glenda. It was objective 3.
It's objective 3, 5, and 6. Right. And the language basically adds in pre-K.
It's the same message in the objective, it just changes it. As we understood it from TEA, there are many standalone pre-K schools, and the language we used was elementary, assuming that it would cover pre-K, and they told us that it did not. And so we went back to this other language, and they were perfectly comfortable with that. Thank you.
Any questions at all on that? Okay, thank you very much. Agenda item, let me ask you, how long will it take to go through the uniform procurement?
Maybe about
15, 20 minutes?
It depends on how much of a discussion follows it. Probably 20 minutes, I would think. Do you want to do Star Awards?
Yeah, why don't we go ahead and drop the rest? So why don't we save that as well as the college readiness plan till after lunch. In that light, we'll move to agenda item 10F, which is consideration of the guidelines for the 2007 Texas Higher Education Star Awards. And Glenda is going to provide a brief overview of the new guidelines, and this is an action item for us today.
Each April, we come to you with the guidelines for that year's competition. So we are here with the information for 2007. For the past 3 years, there have been no changes in the suggested guidelines and those that you have adopted. This year, we do have recommended changes that came from board members, and so I would like to point your attention to the second paragraph on the white page that follows the blue page for this agenda item, and it's agenda item 10F. We have had categories for the 2-year institutions, for the 4-year institutions, and those health-related institutions, and then a combined item that collected individuals, businesses, and the public schools. And there was a request that we do some breaking out so that we may acknowledge up front and recruit more applicants in certain categories. So the proposal is to move to 6 categories. 2-year colleges, universities, health-related, partnerships, which would be multiple institutions, individuals, secondary schools or districts, and finally businesses with a college-going culture. And I want to reassure you that when you adopt these and we put these out following the dates that are shown on the following page, we make every effort to get these in the hands of people who would be interested and knowledgeable to make recommendations as nominees. And what we are doing with the business community is we are sending it to the chambers, the notices to the chambers of commerce, and asking them to distribute it to their membership. And if you have other suggestions of ways that we might be able to do it, we have a relationship with TEA that can get it out to the public schools. The higher ed institutions can take care of that end of it. But if there's some way to help us with the business community, if you have a suggestion, we'd be happy to try to do that as well.
What about going through the institutions, colleges of business, who maintain a network with their alumni?
Okay, that's certainly something we can do.
Have we always done 12 awards?
Pardon me?
No.
Did you increase it with these categories?
It has always, since its inception, has been up to 12 awards. We have never awarded 12 when the process is complete. I believe, David, 8 was the most we've awarded.
Oh, okay, so there's not a shortage of, by adding these categories, it doesn't impact the ability to award appropriately. Do you see where I'm going with this?
Yes, I do not believe it does, based on our previous experience. After this year, it may draw more attention to it. We may want to revisit that next year, but I'm comfortable with that for this year.
I would also suggest that you pick up the economic development corporations within respective regions to send that to, because many times that's not a part of the chamber. It's separate from the chamber.
How do you reach the individuals? I didn't know.
Our hope is that the individuals who have impacted programs that would be recognized by the institutions, by the school districts, or by the businesses, so that they would be able to nominate. In the past, we've only had 2 individual nominations that did not make it through the review process. So that's not a category that has recruited many nominees.
And could we send out a media release in some form or fashion to the media throughout the state?
We do that. Ray Grassoff, who has retired since our last board meeting, has provided a release that comes from the commissioner, the information on it, and I will assure you that we will do that again this year.
Where's Ray? We don't have him anymore.
Another suggestion, Ms. Barron, would be and we have not presented this to the board, we'll be talking about this in our retreat, but several of us have been making presentations within individual communities or regions about the College Readiness Initiative, and we hope that we can challenge and encourage our other board members to do that, because we think that's the best way from a grassroots standpoint for college readiness to stick, is to start at the grassroots level. And one thing I thought about in the presentation I made last week, I didn't even mention the STAR Awards, and I had everybody from the business sector and everybody engaged there, and that's a great opportunity to show those best practices. And so I think that might be another section we want to add to that presentation that we're going to present to the board too. So.
That's all I have. If we could have approval.
If there's no other comments, could I have a motion for approval as the motion is so presented? So moved. Ms. Bricker, Fred, second. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay.
Mr. Ryder, one last thing. You will notice on that page with the dates that the STAR Awards will be presented on October 29th. We will once again be asking all of the board members to participate. If you would get that date on your calendar, I would appreciate it.
And that will be in Austin again? Yes, ma'am. Houston. Okay.
Ms. Bricker is working with Mary Smith of David's staff to get that together.
Thank you. Agenda items 10G and 10H were on the consent calendar. Agenda item 10I is the presentation of the 9th Annual Kenneth Ashworth Fellowship for Graduate Study in Public Affairs, Public Policy, or Public Administration. This program was established in 1997 by the members of the coordinating board to honor the former commissioner, Mr. Ken Ashworth, for his 21 years of experience in serving in that role. We present this award each April, and we're pleased to announce the winner this year. Unfortunately, the winner can't be here today with us. That happened to us last time. But the winner is Terry Hockenbrough, who's a doctoral student in public affairs from the University of Texas at Dallas. Even though she cannot be with us, she did send her appreciation for her being recognized in this role, and also helping her and continuing her educational role. Again, I'd like to, we have so many of these that come up, but so often we don't take the time to thank the staff members who put long hours in evaluating who the worthy candidates are and who the award should be awarded to. And I know that Jane Caldwell worked with the selection committee, and that was made up of Ron Brown and Carol Rainey. I don't know if y'all are in here. If you are, I'd ask you to raise your hand. And also Catherine Parsono, okay, and also Tessa Crumley, and they did all the support work, so thanks to each of them. In closing out before we adjourn for lunch, agenda items 10J through 10O were all on the consent calendar. Normally I'd say that concludes my report. What I'd like to do is break for lunch, and then we'll pick back up subsequent to lunch.
Thank you very much. We will go ahead and break for lunch. It's about 10 till 12, and we will be back here at 1 o'clock sharp. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to go ahead and reconvene the coordinating board.
I agree 100%.
It's been brought to my attention that we have some people here today that have a plane to catch, and Chairman Perriman has asked me to see if we could move this item up on the agenda, which I would rather do that than have to face Lorraine's wrath, so I'm more than happy to. Chairman Perriman.
Thank you. I didn't know I had that much clout. You know, we're just all about accommodation here. The folks at Southwest Medical Center have to catch a plane, so we're going to take out of order agenda item 11F, which is the request of the University of Texas Southwest Medical Center at Dallas for a Doctor of Physical Therapy degree with a major in physical therapy. And Joe will explain the staff recommendation to us. Joe?
And it is a recommendation for approval. Across the country, about 80% of the physical therapy programs have already replaced their master's level physical therapy program as the entry level with the Doctor of Physical Therapy, a professional doctorate. I do want to make that distinction between that and the research doctors that you frequently hear us speak of. Site visit team has reviewed it. Looks like an outstanding program, and we're recommending approval.
Any
The
questions?
folks are here if you have questions of them.
Any questions or comments? Do we have a motion? Nancy moves. A second. Laurie seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Whit, we will give it back to you.
This is just
Okay.
whatever.
We moved around so much.
Where's my stuff?
I know the feeling.
Okay, to resume participation success, I'd ask everybody to turn to agenda item 10E, which is the consideration of adopting a statewide uniform recruitment and retention strategy. And this was mentioned earlier in the report about the number of reports which are being generated. And this has been a topic that has come up over a couple of our participation success meetings. And Commissioner Paredes had requested staff to review the state law and to recommend to us potential changes to the existing URS efforts at this point. And to do that, there was an ad hoc advisory group that met in early April to provide input to the staff on proposed changes, and then those changes will be presented today in a presentation. After the staff does that, I'd like to talk to you about what would be the proposed next steps. So, and Catherine Dykes is going to help present it.
Thank you very much. We have a PowerPoint for you today talking about uniform recruitment and retention strategy, so I'll guide you to that information, and board members, you should have a copy of the handouts. House Bill 1678 was passed by the 76th Texas Legislature. It directed the coordinating board to develop and annually update a uniform recruitment and retention strategy. This was to identify, to attract, enroll, and also to retain students that reflect the population of Texas. The bill further directs higher education institutions to implement the uniform strategy and report annually to the coordinating board in the manner in which the institution has implemented the strategies. The uniform recruitment and retention strategy is included in Closing the Gaps by 2015 plan and is important to the state's future success in educating larger proportions of all of its citizens. For that reason, it is important for each institution to link its recruitment and retention strategies to its targets for closing the gaps. The Texas Legislature is placing increased emphasis on accountability for state funding. Given Governor Perry and legislative expectations on results, there's likely to be budgetary implications tied to incentive funding. Talk a little bit about the history of URS. It's been in place since 1999. It's had a couple of advisory committees to help the coordinating board with the implementation, the refinement. And now the more focused plan for Commissioner Paredes, we will appoint a new advisory committee to help define program effectiveness. We are behind in some of our goals, so we will significantly increase our focus on URS and ensure institutions give renewed attention to this process. We will more heavily rely on these documents to identify best practices for cooperative efforts with P through 12 that can be replicated across the state. To talk some about aligning strategies with the Closing the Gaps targets, it's important to look at for the state to be able to close the gaps in student participation and success. We must develop a statewide strategy for P16 that includes creating a college-going culture in every elementary, middle, and high school. This will take the creation of strong partnerships among P through 12 education, higher education, and other sectors such as business, faith-based groups, and community-based organizations. The coordinating board staff will work with campus leaders to ensure these documents reflect a genuine campus commitment to work closely with K through 12 to improve college readiness, and then to ensure that incoming students perform well academically and achieve their educational goals. One of our concerns is that currently the targets set by some institutions do not match the numbers needed to reach the participation and success goals as identified in Closing the Gaps. We plan to assist institutions with setting their targets by looking at population forecasts. These plans will be used to gauge the progress made by each institution in achieving targets and goals. Institutions are also asked to implement both recruitment and retention strategies that contain elements of a successful recruitment and retention program and have history of demonstrated success. While institutional leaders define what works in student recruitment and retention in their particular environment, we anticipate they will begin moving from research to practice. Recruitment efforts that focus on assisting students through the application and financial aid process are successful in increasing student enrollment regardless of ethnicity or income level. The FAFSA is of particular importance in that it is confusing to families of all income levels. After a while, we'll talk about the College Connection program and how it can be beneficial in helping this process. Further, researchers note that the cost of earning a degree is often cited as a leading cause of attrition. Therefore, it is recommended to focus aid on needy students as one of the key components of a retention program. Academic advising programs such as the University of Texas' San Antonio's Risk Point Intervention Program has significantly improved retention and is proven to be scalable to institution-wide programs. Recruitment strategies. According to Cliff Edelman, academic intensity, his term for rigor of the high school curriculum, is still the most important variable in the pre-collegiate history of a student. His study recognized the importance of the completion of academic credentials, the culmination of opportunity, advisement, choice, effort, and commitment. He further recognized that aggressive recruitment is necessary so there is no delay in entry. Through intensive recruitment programs that focus on pre-college academic advisement and active partnerships with high-need high schools, institutional leaders may consider implementing programs with demonstrated success, such as College Connection programs, Summer Bridge programs, and HB 400 high school partnerships. The HB 400 high school partnerships, if you're not familiar, identified through legislation requiring school districts with high schools among the lowest 10% of college-going rates to enter into a partnership agreement with a public institution of higher education. And this is planned to increase college-going rates for that district and for those schools. Further requirements here on retention strategies. Successful student retention programs recognize that cognitive, social, and institutional factors all play a role in student retention and persistence. The most effective student retention programs address these components by examining financial aid packages, talking about traditional work study and community-based work study, course availability and content, as well as support, implementing support mechanisms such as tutoring, TRIO programs. For example, Stephen F. Austin University Academic Assistance and Resource Center, mentoring such as U of H Academic Achievers Program, and academic advising provided institution-wide by faculty or professionally trained academic advisors to provide a personal touch that appears to be important in retaining Hispanic students. Every great program has an evaluation design. This is no different. In evaluating program effectiveness, we ask institutional leaders to think systemically about the characteristics or principles that underlie any and all effective educational processes. And the more our activities, programs, policies, and environments reflect these principles, the more likely we are to succeed in increasing the educational effectiveness and the retention rates of our institutions. We are not asking institutions to gather new data, but to utilize data that is already compiled. The timeline is reflected in two slides. We have timelines for the coordinating board actions and also for institutional actions. The first one that is noted here is for the coordinating board. A newly appointed advisory committee will identify promising recruitment and retention practices from submitted institutional reports. This information will be disseminated across all campuses in Texas. Results will be posted on the accountability system on the agency website. Ultimately, URRS is a tool to reach our participation and success goals. The board placed high emphasis on this tool when it was adopted as a major strategy for the state in addressing closing the gaps in success. Therefore, we ask institutional leaders to give serious attention to ways they will address these strategies. It is critical that each institution continue to align its recruitment and retention strategy with the targets it sets for moving toward the participation and success goals. Our intent today is to refocus URS to ensure appropriate academic support from colleges and universities more aggressively address the educational goals of Texas. Susan Brown, Natalie Coffey, and I will be available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Catherine, could I ask you or the commissioner, this is I think for many of the board members, the first time for them to even look at the uniform recruitment retention strategy. And what I'd like somebody to do in layman's terms, I don't mean it negatively, okay, but in layman's terms, talk about what URS has been for us, and you know, we've had this annual reporting, from what I understand, to show are we, you know, in compliance with URS. And I've also heard today that was one of the reports that was noted as one of the reports that people did not think that was an effective use of their time. And if somebody could kind of give the board a profile of how it's historically been used and then how we lay these over into really helping us, what I think is the success goal. It's once we get them in there, is how do we retain these young people freshman year and matriculate them all out. So I don't know, Commissioner.
Let me take a stab at that. I think when I arrived here, I almost 3 years ago, I heard a bit about this uniform recruitment and retention strategy that was required of campuses to submit to the coordinating board. But as far as I could tell, there was little attention given to it once these reports arrived here at the agency. And as a result, I think there was less attention given to preparing them at the campus level. I think the simple truth is we've let these things slide with the effect that they've been devalued by the campuses and they haven't been taken very seriously. As I was looking at ways to involve the campuses more meaningfully in closing the gaps, I looked at the legislation which Catherine put on in one of her slides, and it seemed to me that this could be a very powerful tool to work with campuses to, as I say, help us more directly in achieving the goals of closing the gaps. I also thought that as the provisions of last special session's HB1 were put into place, that created the infrastructure, the context in which universities could conduct their recruitment and retention strategies. Once again, this greater emphasis on these documents, these strategies, is reflective of our greater understanding that we cannot reach the goals of closing the gaps without having much higher levels of cooperation between public and higher education. I read a study not long ago which was striking. It pointed out that if you look at national data, 33% of all high school graduates nationally are prepared to do rigorous college work. 33%. Nationally, 34% of high school graduates immediately proceed to universities. And so the finding of the study was that students that are prepared to go to universities go to universities. And so the study demonstrated what we've got more than anything else is a pipeline issue. We are not preparing sufficient numbers of students to go on to college. And we wanted to drive this point home with universities to say that unless they work very directly with the K-12 sector, that we're not going to come anywhere close to getting the numbers of students we want in higher education. Furthermore, the recruitment and retention strategy mechanism also focuses on making sure that institutions do whatever they can to have their students finish their programs and graduate once they're recruited onto the campuses. So it seemed to me that this mechanism of the uniform recruitment and retention strategy provided a perfect opportunity for us to work closely with both community colleges and four-year institutions to develop authentic, carefully thought out plans to achieve our goals, and that we would provide technical assistance. We would move very quickly to identify those practices like College Connection that are very successful and try to implement those on a wide scale around the state, identify strong retention programs, and make sure that every institution takes these two activities, recruitment and retention, seriously. And there's a lot of variability around the state. Some institutions take these activities very seriously, others don't nearly as much. And so we wanted to make sure that every institution did, and we wanted to make sure that the institutional goals aligned with the actual targets of closing the gaps. Unless institutions are actually trying to enroll as many students, particularly among Hispanics, as we need to meet the goals of closing the gaps, we're not going to come anywhere close to the targets.
And if I remember right, Commissioner, last meeting we had, we saw an update on closing the gaps, and there was a gap in between the institutional goals
and the actual goals.
And the actual goals is where we need to get to actually close those gaps.
Yes, and we've got to align the goals, institution by institution, with the overall state target.
and you see this as obviously a mechanism for helping us.
Yes, I think we can. I thought that you'll remember that there were board members. I think Elaine, particularly at our last board meeting, talked about how we could use performance on closing the gaps more effectively and making determinations about scoring on, for example, tuition revenue bonds. We talked about having better criteria for evaluating capital development projects, and this would be a way of doing that, looking at the recruitment and retention strategy campus by campus, and aligning that with what institutions are claiming that they want to do and actually are achieving.
And it's my understanding, Catherine, the next step would be to take this and to basically communicate these strategies to all the institutions, ask for comments back. Is that correct?
Correct. We met with an ad hoc group, I believe on April the 9th, and we received some feedback as to our recommendations, and they were extremely helpful. After this meeting, we'd like to get input from the board, obviously, then we'll go back out to the ad hoc group and to the field to disseminate the plan.
Comments and questions? Ms. Bricker?
How much is this plan on the participation and success side in sync with the facility side? It troubles me that when I think that, and I've brought this up before, that community colleges, for example, are burdened and saddled with having to have a bond election, having to annex, having to raise taxes, and then the four-year, and they're also responsible for up to 80% of the new growth. And then there's the four-year universities, some of whom are at capacity, and others that would like to have other facilities throughout the state and are restricted. So I see the participation and success on the, for lack of a better expression, the academic side working, but not on the facility side. If tomorrow all of the community colleges decided to have a bond election, pass it, and make plans to build facilities, are they going to take in 80% of the 600,000 students that we hope to have?
Well, we know that community colleges are going to take the bulk of students. We've recognized the role of community colleges. You'll remember that in our formula funding recommendation that we recommended 100% funding minus tuition and fees. That's the first time that the coordinating board had ever made such a recommendation. So clearly, to the extent that we have any role to play and recognizing the increasingly important role of community colleges, we're doing what we can to make sure that they have expanded capacity to meet demand. I think we can do some other things as well, but I believe that it's not just a matter of expanding capacity. It's a matter of expanding capacity to students from particular backgrounds in particular regions of the state where performance at the higher education level is particularly low.
Are MITSEs maybe the answer? Is that a way to somehow get around the restrictions where multiple colleges or universities come together and therefore the geographic or program duplication or other issues may not be as restrictive?
I think most models that feature some degree of collaboration are going to be increasingly useful over time. MITSEs, shared resources, Victoria College and the University of Houston, Victoria is a good example of cooperation and sharing of resources. I believe they share a library as well as a student affairs building, correct, Mark? And those kinds of collaborations, as well as what you see in a MITSE, are models that we're going to have to take a closer look at and replicate, I think.
Right.
Other questions or suggestions before Catherine and her staff go back out to the institutions for comment.
I have one suggestion.
Dr. Phillips?
It looks to me like that in order for this to be effective, we do need to develop standards like we have for the facilities reports. You know, something, this may sound silly, but something like the space allocation standard. You know, it's the same sort of thing. And I would like to see your group that's working on this think about that.
I think that's a very good idea. I think we're going to have to set interim goals, institution by institution, that are based on enrollment growth, demographic growth, demographic shifts and so forth, capacity, and make sure that we can stair-step our institutions up to achieving the goals that we'd like them to reach by 2015.
Right.
But yes, I think, and I think that as the state looks more closely at incentive funding, I think it's important that the governor's incentive funding program is based almost entirely on improving graduation and completion rates for at-risk students. I think that this is another reason that these recruitment and retention plans will have more, will gain greater visibility on the campuses, because chancellors, presidents know that incentive funding is likely to become a fact of life. And having effective recruitment and retention strategies will help them have greater access to incentive funding.
I mean, here on the board, you mentioned this last time, Mr. Chairman, that when we look at facilities requests, or perhaps when we look at academic program requests, we need to have part of that package be some sort of analysis of how they're doing on their URRS.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it was even mentioned that Mr. Shelfnell's even mentioned the way we're looking at tuition revenue bonds and how we incorporate closing the gap. Should we not, in between the bienniums, really be using that same type of criteria along with this for evaluating, project expansions? So it's a combination of all of those.
Any leverage point?
To reiterate that, and I had a couple of questions. One is, I take it that there's no doubt that this process is going to align the institution's goals with the Closing the Gaps goals.
That's
you don't need that feedback, because that is the goal, right? But I was curious what kind of feedback that you got at your April 9th meeting from the institutional members of the ad hoc group. What kind of comments did that meeting generate?
You want to talk about that, Natalie?
Most of the feedback was for us not to be to move too quickly, to make sure that we looked at the targets before we implemented the reporting, tied the targets to the programs. And then some of the feedback was that they wanted to have more input. They wanted to see it again before we release the new reporting form.
That's not surprising.
Ms. Mendoza, do you have something?
Well, the requirements are going to boil down to specific strategies, right? The bullet partnership with high-need public schools. The institutions will come back and say exactly how they're going to do that. So the word uniform doesn't mean we're going to have blanket strategies across. Every institution will report uniformly. Or are you saying one strategy is going to work for all? I guess.
There will be different strategies in different institutions and in different parts of the state. Obviously, the population is different.
Exactly.
For example, you would expect that goals for Hispanic enrollment would be very different in Harlingen compared to Texarkana.
Right.
So there will be the uniformity component is that everybody will develop strategies and everybody will have goals related to recruitment and retention.
Okay, that's the clarification I was looking for. And then secondarily, when we talk about partnership with high-need public schools, we are talking about the whole continuum there, PK through 12, not just high schools?
Right. Exactly.
Great.
Thank you. Other questions and comments? Hopefully that helped, Catherine. I think that's what y'all wanted, was feedback from the board.
Excellent,
before you
thank
take
you.
the next step of going back to the institutions. And it's my understanding that if this will be brought back to the P&S committee in May at our meeting for
That's correct.
final recommendations, so hopefully we can maybe present it at the July board meeting.
Correct.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
The last item on our agenda is, was the first agenda item on our agenda. Almost. This is a report on the Combined College Readiness and Success Plan, and everybody should have a updated plan at your desk. It's got a yellow sheet on the front of it. And included in that is, you'll see basically a calendar that Dr. Phillips has worked with Dr. Barron in helping to develop it. Helps to put key dates down, and I'm going to ask Dr. Barron and her staff to go through that in a minute. But also what you will see there are directions as to basically how to use this document. And what I'm going to ask Dr. Barron and her staff to do is to really go through and how we're going to use this, how we're going to incorporate this not only among our staff but also on the web so that people in the public education system can also see it. A couple of comments before I ask them to do that, though, is that if you remember, I think we presented this format at our last meeting, or at least I don't think we had all the data in, but I think we said here's how we're hoping to attack it, because as you remember, the board has asked the P&S committee to take responsibility for following the implementation of HB1, even though there are overlaps with other committees. And I really think this working document is going to be the key document to really follow that progress on HB1. And hopefully what we will do in using this document is we're going to present this at each board meeting. And at the board meeting, hopefully what we're going to do is we're going to have two things indicated there. We're going to have highlighted those things we've accomplished. We will have modified timelines if we've had slippage so we can keep up with that. And third, we're going to indicate, and I think we've done that today in red, items that we have added since the last meeting or changes within items such as the budget. And so what we're hoping is that every time you get a copy of this, you don't have to reread it and try to go start from scratch. You can look at the highlighted changes. I will tell you two areas that I have recommended to Dr. Barron along with Dr. Phillips. We've been working with her on this, is that there's two parts of this report I still think we need to work on. One is the challenges column. I think that's the last column on the report. And that column was intended to do two things. It was intended to, one, for us to be able to look at what are the potential impediments to us being able to drive out HB1, and secondly, what are those legislative issues that we ought to be looking at. When you read down through that column, I think what we've got to do is we've got to determine a methodology as to how we approach the challenges. And so at our May 29th meeting, we're going to do that. We're going to talk about how's the best way to address those challenges and then to report back to the board on that. The other area that we really need to focus on is on the budget column. My concern on the budget is that we've got substantial dollars under HB1, which is absolutely the good news in all this to drive out college readiness. But my biggest concern is really tracking the results of those dollars. You know, what are the results that we drive out? So what I'm hoping that we can do as a committee and as a board is to drive out a methodology for making sure that we can track those dollars. And some of the things that we try, I can tell you, we're going to be successful. Some will probably not have the impact that we thought that they were going to have. But I think that's important for us to gauge our success. Number one is in driving it out. But secondly is that when the next session comes up, I think it's critically important that we be able to report back to the legislature as this money is hopefully reappropriated of how we use that money, and are we driving the desired results of having more young people going to college and having them better prepared to go to college. To me, that's the true test. So, again, I think we've got to have some type of methodology for tracking those dollars and reporting back to both those constituencies. in looking at this, I would also suggest that that if we have a major change in the plan, because 3 months is a long time to wait, and if you're a board member that's not on the P&S committee, because this crosses over into every one of our responsibilities as board members, Glenda has talked about sending this out to the board on a periodic basis, maybe midway between board meetings, to keep the board updated as to significant activities that have happened. Also to give you the opportunity, if you're not on the P&S committee, to interact and give suggestions as we work through it. I would encourage the board, if you haven't read the document, to me it's more than a document. It really, I think HB1 is monumental in terms of giving us the legs to hopefully accomplish what we want to in terms of our college readiness goals. So I'd encourage you to read it. To me, it's a real tool. It's an accountability tool for us and working through this process. So if you set in the context for the document, what I'd like Glenda and Evie to do now is to go through this document, talk a little bit about significant changes and how we should review the document, and then answer any questions, because it's not an action item.
Thank you, Mr. Ryder. What I'd like to start with is the calendar. I don't think you've seen the document with this level of detail yet, and it will get more complete as time goes on. The calendar looks like this, and you see there are a lot of little hyphens, little blank spaces. Those haven't been filled in yet, but will be. And what we tried to do is give you some sense of when we sent things along the way, and for members of the P&S committee, a heads up when that item is going to be coming to you. You'll see May dates in here for the committee. Some of our items not only go to the Participation and Success Committee, but they also go to the Agency Operations Committee based on dollar figures and who the contract or the RFP may be involving. And so for certain items, you may see an entry in the Agency Operations column. And then some actions that take place with agency operations will lead to the need for approval by the chair and vice chair to complete the execution of a contract. So some things that are going to be $750,000 or above may end up in that, they would be in that column. And then finally, we thought it might be a good idea to be able to track when it came to the board as an agenda item, so that you would have some sense of which ones to anticipate and then a record of where we've been. And we think this is pretty inclusive. Lynette Heckman, I've got to say, has just done yeoman's work on this, and we appreciate all that you have gone to put this together. And it ties to the plan. If you look in the very first column, you will note that item number 1 is the research centers, and when you look at the first column in the side-by-side document, that's it. And if you were looking for agenda for number 14, the enhanced student success, you're looking on the calendar, you can flip through your document to find the detailed information. So I hope this gets to you what you need to connect the two documents and have a much fuller timeline than we were able to put on that document itself. Any questions about the calendar before we move on from there? Any suggestions for how we can improve it? If you look at this after the board meeting and you have suggestions, please just send me an email, give me a call. We'd be happy to make changes to that to make it more useful. Every time you see this other document, you will see this document. And so that they run in tandem. To the combined document, I'm going to ask Evie in just a minute to go through some items that have had some significant changes, but I'd like to just review with you what you have here. At the top of the document, you have the objectives of the P16 plan, and everything in that section is correct except one little thing that I forgot. The note, they were actually approved at the May 29th, 07 P&S P16 council meeting, and that will change. I saw it a while ago while I was sitting over there, and I couldn't believe I didn't catch that earlier. The P16 Council adopted it on March 29th.
March. You said May.
I'm sorry. We had the P&S committee meeting on May 29th, and so I'm not connecting things very well. On the document itself, when you're looking at these items, if you find in the timeline shaded material, that means that has been accomplished. If you are using the legal size document, which is what board members have, any changes to the document are shown in red, and they are underscored. If you have the short version of the document, they're underscored. When we put this in a PDF file to shrink it, the coloring goes away. So the audience members, unfortunately, you just have to look for underscoring for those changes. It's there. Shading means it's done. Underscoring and in red for the board members means that there has been a change to it. A lot of the changes you see are dollar figures in the budget, but please don't panic about that. It's still the same number of dollars, but as we move forward, we're redistributing things that we can accomplish this year. Some things you will see are going to go into the next year. And so I know if you just pick out one or two of these, they look like we're making some drastic changes, and that's not really how it is. Money that disappears at one place may show up on the back page with course redesign. So it's all accounted for. It's based on how the work is rolling out with those changes. So that kind of gives you a sense of what the document looks like. Now here's how we plan to use it. We will use it in-house as a staff document. It will be posted to the coordinating board's main website under House Bill 1, along with this document and the calendar and the directions to readers that provide this information about shading and underscoring and that sort of thing. There's a lot of other information. There's actually a copy of House Bill 1. There's an executive summary of House Bill 1. And at some point, hopefully fairly soon, we will even have a PowerPoint presentation related to House Bill 1 posted there so that people can use that as needed. In addition to it being posted on the coordinating board's website, it will be posted on the board members' website. And as changes are made to it, when you make those changes, we trigger an email to you to let you know that that change has been made, and in it, it will tell you which number, see number 14, the change has been, with an explanation, so that you should be able to very quickly open the document and see where the change has been made. Any comments about the plans of how to communicate with you changes that are going to be documented?
I mean, is that useful? I mean, suggestions from the board members as to, can we do that differently to make it more effective for us all?
I have a question, not directly related, but if someone brings to our attention additional obstacles for implementation, who would be the point person?
Send them to me, okay. And I'll make sure that I get feedback from the appropriate staff, because it may be in Susan's division, and Susan may need to work on it, or maybe Joe Stafford's division, and Joe may need to work on it. But I'll be sort of the routing person for that if you just send it to me.
And is this being shared with TEA and with TVEC and some of the others?
TEA staff has a copy of it. And they know what we're working on. Until we got to the point that y'all were really comfortable that this is what you wanted it to look like, and we felt like we had accurate information in it, we haven't shared it with anyone.
Okay.
We just didn't feel like we were to that point, because then you've got to be sure you go back and grab that same person and say, here's the updated version. So we haven't done that yet.
I do think there's an opportunity, Larry, for I made a presentation last week to a group of public school people, and there was there's some recognition of HB1, and then there was several people that looked like deer in headlights. And what I hope we can do as a board is, as we get engaged in that process, is that as they're asking those detailed questions, this is a great document, and I mean, it looks a little bit overwhelming, but when you really read through it, it's laid out very simplistically. You really understand what the initiatives are, and I'm hoping that this will help people at the grassroots level to understand the amount of work that's doing at the statewide level and to understand what resources are available as they begin those local efforts.
Well, and it will certainly help other groups, no matter who they are, whether it's TBEC or other cities, P16s, as school districts, as they're going through the process of trying to implement the recommendations of House Bill 1. If they knew about this, it would really help them. The conference, Raymond, I can't remember what conference that was. It was the last one in Austin, and I'd asked you if you had been asked to even speak. Remember, and you said you were asked to speak, but you thought you'd have to be at the legislature. But there was like a total absence of coordinating board understanding of our role. And I guess that's why I'm asking the question, is so that, not so that the coordinating board would preclude the TEA or anyone else's ability to implement, but so that there'd be more of a coordinated effort. Wasn't it in Austin?
Yes, that was wasn't that the Public Education Foundation meeting?
State Summit.
Yeah, that's Vidal Martinez's group.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's what it was. I couldn't remember. Yeah, and there was just really an absence of understanding that we were even doing anything. And so that's why I'm asking the question that if we could coordinate our efforts and maximize the benefits that everyone is getting, because this information, obviously took a lot of time and effort and expertise, and it should really be the template for everyone to use as we move forward.
Is there a better way to drive? I mean, what's the most effective way for driving that out to all those different constituencies, though?
Well, I would think that the first step would be for the commissioners to talk between themselves and to decide what's best, so that TEA doesn't feel threatened or that anyone is overstepping the other's responsibilities. I think that would be the first step.
We talk about those issues all the time. In fact, we usually try to figure out ways that we can work together, make presentations together, show the levels of cooperation that exist between the two agencies.
Well, and you do, and y'all both do an outstanding job of that. But for purposes of this document and the information that everyone spent so much time working on, it seems that I don't know that the colleges, universities, or that the public school districts even know it exists.
Well, Neil Adams, I wish he were here, but he arranged a meeting between us, I say Neil and me, and representatives of the urban, I keep forgetting
the Alliance.
The Urban Alliance, and we are going to work with them. Those superintendents represent
the 35 largest school districts. Yeah.
Okay, the 35 largest school districts in the state, and I think they represent about 40% of the students, in the K through 12 students in the state. So we're going to work through them. We're going to share information. I think that's a good place to start. There's no reason why we can't compile a list of all these bodies like TBEC and this Public Education Foundation that you referred to a moment ago, and make sure that we give them information about our activities.
And
ask them to come. TASB is, and Neil is a wonderful contact in that regard, and you and Houston and all the others that have local and regional contacts. So we'll do that. You can never do enough to get the word out about what we're doing.
And I think what we ought to do also is at our May meeting, maybe take that up and discuss a little bit more. Is there anything really specific we can do to drive it out to make sure that people know it's there?
One of the work plan items, Mr. Chairman, is under item B on page 7. It was $1.25 million. It's now been changed to $600,000. Budget to develop and implement strategies to inform the public and education communities.
Our building awareness.
About college readiness standards and education. So we don't have a work plan timeline for them there yet, but there's plenty to do just what we're talking about. So good point. I guess that would be, we need to figure out how to spend that money.
Yeah. And we have some ideas, we just didn't have the plan fleshed out yet.
We could send the link, couldn't we? We could email the link to our
our partners in the enterprise.
Okay, Effie, if you will touch on those items that need to bring the board up to date.
I just wanted to focus in on two activities for which there's been quite a bit of activities since your last board meeting in January. If you turn to page 2 of the plan, where we talk about the vertical teams.
Item number 4.
Item number 4, yes. Well, for the board members, you can look, the things I'm really going to be focusing in on are those things that are in red, so it'll make it a little bit easier for you.
Ask a question about page 1, since there's another. Education Research Centers, we've now named those 3 as announced today, right?
Yes.
And you had an update basically on the Education Research Centers, and then Judge Stafford gave a brief update as a part of the agency operation. So we were going to not include those in the update.
I just want to remind the board in case I wasn't listening during the commissioner's presentation. Okay.
Nobody's going to admit it.
There have been 2 meetings. The vertical teams, as you notice on the item 4, were appointed in February, and they've already had 2 meetings. And again, just as a reminder, these vertical teams are composed of 10 members, 6 of whom come from institutions of higher education and 4 who come from public education. And that's 10 people each in 4 different disciplines: English language arts, mathematics, science, and social studies. And they've been working together on developing college readiness standards. And Ms. Bricker, this refers a little bit to what you were talking about. We are working with some facilitators who help us in coordinating the meetings and in keeping people focused. And one of the things they've said about this Texas group is that they are surprised at how collaborative the 2 sectors of education are, that they really work together as colleagues in a very collaborative way. So progress is being made on that quite quickly. To move on, there are going to be another 2 meetings, but to remind you, the standards will be developed by September. You will be seeing them in October 2007. Then you're going to be voting on them in January 2008. During that period, between October and January, we are anticipating getting quite a bit of input from the field. And Dr. Paredes, as part of his effort, is asking every institution to appoint a P16 special advisor. Each of these advisors, we hope, will be reporting to the provost or to the vice president for academic affairs, and will serve as our point of contact, so that for the college readiness standards and for P16 activities in general. So when you see that red item there about request each IHE to appoint a P16 advisor, that's what that item is talking about. When we finally do have the college readiness standards, and they will be completed and adopted in January 2008, we start phase 2. And phase 2, ironically, is the hard part. That's when we start talking about curriculum alignment, about how we are going to develop, what professional development materials we need, both for public ed and higher ed. And it's also when we talk about models and best practices for implementation of the standards and making certain that students are successful as they continue on through the P16 continuum. This is one of the reasons why we have requested an RFP to get some facilitation and assistance for us. And again, that was reviewed by the Agency Operations Committee yesterday, and it was approved, enabling us to have that facilitation, and we are hoping that that will take place by the June, or hopefully by the May meeting of the Participation and Success Committee. It is our hope that we will be giving you updates about the continued progress of this. The activities, again, do not stop with the development of the college readiness standards. That really is the start of a lot of work that will have to take place collaboratively between public ed and higher ed. So that's really the progress that we've made on the vertical team so far. Are there any questions about what we're doing and how we're proceeding?
So the approval of these standards then, which I guess would be step H in that strategy, is supposed to happen at our January 08 meeting.
Correct.
That's the deadline.
In October, we're doing a first reading, second reading process. In October, you would have a first reading, and we would then go back to the field with them for additional comments before we ask you to adopt them in January. We thought it would be better because they are so important and will have such an impact that we needed to be sure we had a clearly posted timeline for comments.
So these adoption dates are on the calendar but not on this document?
Yes,
Okay.
and what happened is when Lynette got the calendar done, it was too late for us to do
Oh, but
this.
they will be on the...
They will be.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Great.
The second item that I wanted to discuss with you is it is item 14 on page 7. It has to do with the high school bridge programs, the summer bridge programs. And again, I think this shows sort of the new spirit of collaboration between public and higher education. We are in the process of negotiating with 15 institutions of higher education to have rising 11th and 12th grade summer bridge programs. These bridge programs are designed for students who either scored a 2100 in the 11th grade on their TAKS, or they scored 2100 on their 10th grade TAKS. And what this means is that these students are, in a sense, high school complete. However, you need to get a 2200 to be considered college ready on TAKS. So these are programs for a very focused group of students to see if we can, in a short, intense intervention, move students from high school complete to college ready. The 15 institutions are working with 29 different districts and will be serving 1,500 students over the course of June and July. Each of these programs has a professional development component. Each has a parent and community component, and each will have follow-up activities for these students so that it isn't just a one-shot focused activity and then they're left for the rest of the school year. I think it's also significant that we asked in these applications that each of the grants or each of the institutions obtain some kind of a match, up to 10%, from the high school allotment that each of the districts received this year. So each of these grants that we have also have, while part of it will be funded by money from the coordinating board, part of it also is using that high school allotment to advance these students academically. So I just wanted you to know that's something that we will be reporting to you again in July.
I think this is correct, Debbie, but the rising 11th grade is completed, correct? I mean, in terms of, we got, 33 bids in on, 33 applications on that. Is that what you told me, Glenn? Rising 11th that's filled up and been awarded, and the rising 10th.
And you've asked me, and I can't remember.
The rising 12th grade, we received approximately 30 letters of intent to apply. We got 15 applications.
But the thing I would encourage the institutions who are here as well as the board members is I was curious about this and went back to our local higher education institutions, because my question was, how are we notifying the IHEs of this money that's out there and their ability to make applications? And it's my understanding that letters were sent to the presidents or the provost. And so I immediately picked up the phone and called our presidents and our provost, and neither one of our institutions, and I don't know if they're here, I love you, I'm not saying that, but neither one of them had made application for these, and I wasn't trying to push them into it, but my comment was, there's statewide money out there for developmental educations to get kids better prepared to come to your institutions. Are you interested in that money? And they went back, and they did get the notification. So the question now is, are they going to apply, make application, and whether they choose to do so is their choice. But I would encourage you, if you have not heard that in your institution or any of us in our local institutions to raise that. That's my biggest concern is we've got these resources, and is it getting buried and not really getting leveraged up?
I expect if we take those recruitment retention strategies seriously, you'll see an increase in the number of institutions that apply for these kinds of funds.
Also, the timeline was quite short on this one. Next year there will be more time and there'll be more notification for all the institutions.
But I understand that still there's time left for obviously the developmental education side,
That's
as
correct.
well as the rising 10th graders, I think. if I
That's
remember
correct.
right. So,
And one of your institutions has filed a notice of intent.
oh, good. That's good. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Evie or Linda? I just want to, I tell you, I want to really recognize this group. Catherine, Lynette, Linda, Evie, everybody. They have just done a great job.
Susan.
Susan, it goes across all the lines, Lois, everybody, to the staff, because I think we now have a document for accountability purposes that we can really track. Secondly, to Dr. Phillips, thank you, because she worked some long hours helping put the format together with Dr. Barron. So that concludes our report.
Thank you. Chairman Perriman, we've jumped all around today, so why should it be any different towards the end? What I'd like to do is call on the commissioner to give his report. He has a couple of announcements that he wants to make. Commissioner?
I would like to announce a couple of important activities I think you'll be interested in. First of all, as many of you know, the governor recently announced the appointment of 21 members to the newly created Commission on a College-Ready Texas. The purpose of this commission is to provide leadership and guidance to the State Board of Education and to the educational establishment, the state generally, to improve college readiness programs by aligning high school curriculum and college standards. Commissioner Neely of TEA and I are ex officio members, and the governor appointed a coordinating board member, Lane Mendoza, to this commission. The first meeting is next Monday, April 23rd in the morning at the Thompson Center at the UT Austin campus. I want to mention one other thing associated with this commission. As part of making the work of the commission more public, the Gates Foundation, which is providing the funding for this Commission for College Ready Texas, the Gates Foundation commissioned a study by one of the most preeminent economists in the state, somebody who is well known to a number of our board members, particularly Lorraine Perryman. We commissioned Ray Perryman to do a study on the economic impact of achieving the goals of closing the gaps. Now, the Gates Foundation folks wanted to roll out the report at the April 23rd meeting, so although the report has been complete for a couple of weeks, it's been embargoed. However, to give you a flavor of this report, let me just cite a couple of important findings from Ray Perryman's study. These are the annual gains of closing the gaps in 2006 dollars that would be effective in Texas as of 2030, 15 years after we achieve our goals. The cumulative effect, once again, in 2006 dollars. Mr. Perryman is projecting an increase of $489.6 billion in total spending by the residents of Texas. An increase, once again, this is annual. These are annual figures. An increase in $194.5 billion in gross state product and $121.9 billion increase in personal income. He is also projecting a net increase of $1 1,023,000 permanent jobs in Texas as a result of achieving the goals of closing the gaps. And he concludes that by the year 2030, funding any dollar that's appropriated to achieve the goals of closing the gaps will result in a return of investment of $8.08. And so on Monday, we are going to release this study, and we are going to circulate it among all college and university presidents. We will circulate it to key members of the legislature, all members of the legislature, the governor's office, and other bodies around the state so that they see how important these figures are. As all of you know, Steve Murdoch has done some rough calculations on what would happen if we achieve the goals of closing the gaps. And he's a wonderful scholar, but he's not an economist. He's a demographer. And we thought it would be extremely useful if we had a study that was done by a highly respected economist to look at these data. And I think the timing is ideal as the legislature gets into its final rounds of deliberation about the budget. Another announcement, on June 3rd and 4th, we are hosting a leadership meeting for chancellors, presidents, and board leaders of Texas public, community, and technical colleges. The meeting will be here in Austin at the Hilton Hotel, beginning with a reception and dinner on Sunday evening, June 3rd, and concluding by 4 p.m. Monday, June 4th. We will have more information about this conference in the weeks to come. And then in keeping with practice here at the coordinating board, I'd like to recognize some new staff members. First is Doug Bond, who joined the coordinating board on April 16th as a program director for planning in the Planning and Accountability Division. Doug spent 14 years at the Census Bureau, where he was chief of the Research and Methodology Branch for Construction Surveys. Doug, is he here? Please stand. Another new member of the staff here, Greg Carlson. He joined the coordinating board on March 19th as a research specialist in the Planning and Accountability Division. Before joining us, he worked for 20 years at the Texas Workforce Commission. Greg? And third, a person you've already been introduced to, Dominic Chavez. Is he still here? Okay, well, you've already met him. Anyway, you'll be getting an email from him shortly, I'm sure.
Already did.
And then I want to introduce Deborah Porter. Is she here? Oh, there she is. Deborah joined the coordinating board on April the 4th as Director of Grants and Development in the Outreach and Success Division. She has over 25 years of experience in grant and resource development in K-16 education. She holds a Ph.D. in special education from the University of Texas. There's one other personnel matter we'd like to call your attention to, and I'd like to invite Chairman Shepard up here to make that announcement.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is not somebody that's coming into the agency. It's somebody that has decided to leave, and this will be her last board meeting. You've heard a little bit about her today and some of the work that she has done recently, both Houston Endowment and then also downtown. Normally, board members don't outlast people that come to the board and work, but of course I'm talking about Terry Flack. Terry, we want to thank you on behalf of the board for all your hard work over the years at the board. We wish you the best in your endeavors, and we especially want to say thanks again for your most recent work on the Houston Endowment Grant. And then as I've traveled the halls of the Capitol on several occasions the last couple of months, your hard work, especially in the area of appropriations. So best wishes from all of us. Thanks. Last but certainly not least
never least.
Madam Chair, Chairman.
Why does everybody laugh?
We've had you up and down so many times. Do you have anything left on the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, we've saved the best for last.
Absolutely. I agree.
She can't be first because she'd be late.
Come on up. We are going to motor through this so quickly. But we have an interesting presentation that I know everybody's looking forward to, but we'll dispense with our business quickly so that we can hear that. Agenda item 11A is my report as chair of this committee, Academic Excellence in Research, and we met on March 8th. Many of you were in attendance at that. Since our January meeting, I have also attended 2 of the Participation and Success Committee meetings, as did other AER committee members, Laurie Bricker and Elaine Mendoza, who also serve on the P&S committee. You'll all recall that at our January meeting, the board assigned its Participation and Success Committee responsibility for tracking all college readiness House Bill 1 related activities, and we've heard an update on that from Whit just a few moments ago. It was a pleasure to be able to attend those committee hearings, and I plan to attend your May meeting as well. Thank you so much for doing our committee's work as well. Although a lot of our committees all overlap these days, don't they? The P&S committee action items that will be of interest to this entire board include conducting a study on dual credit and other college credit being offered in high schools, and aligning high school career technical education curricula with community college curricula, as we are aligning academic course curricula, and there was an active discussion about that at the P&S committee meetings. In related action, the board awarded today during the agency operations committee portion of the meeting College Readiness House Bill 1 funds to 5 institutions for course redesign projects for both entry-level college courses and developmental courses. Course redesign is an area of particular interest to our committee, and awards were for projects to be substantially completed between now and September 1 of this year, called Phase 2 Fast Track projects. Also, the agency has received 42 responses to a request for qualifications for institutions wishing to qualify for Phase 3 course redesign funding. Those RFQs were evaluated last week, and 21 institutions with sufficient readiness and resources were invited on Monday to submit a proposal for a Phase 3 course redesign. Phase 3 redesign award recommendations over $100,000 will come to the full board through the Agency Operations Committee. Those awards will be made at our July board meeting for projects beginning in September of 2007 through August 2009. In February, I also had the pleasure of attending the quarterly meeting of ACORP, the Advisory Committee on Research Programs, and our board chair has received a final report summarizing key points of the impact of the Advanced Research Program, signed by the ACORP chair, Dr. Norm Hackerman, who all of you know, and Vice Chair Bill Welch. The Commissioner and other agency officers continue to promote expansion of funding for the ARP with elected officials during this legislative session, and from the previous report that we had, we're looking at doubling that amount from last year at this point. Of course, we recommended a whole lot more than that, so we're gratified that it is more, but we would certainly like it to be much more than even doubling.
And we're not giving up hope.
And we're not giving up hope. We're going to keep hammering them.
Yep.
Finally, I want to update the committee on another significant responsibility for academic affairs and research, as well as those in other divisions of the agency. That somewhat invisible but vital responsibility is providing bill analysis on literally hundreds of higher education-related bills during this legislative session. The AER staff also have provided approximately a dozen educational impact statements for the Legislative Budget Board. So I think it's always important for us to remember all the things that our staff is doing behind the scenes, which kind of not just exponentially increases the amount of work at the agency during a session. That concludes my report as a committee chair, so we will move on to agenda item 11B. The consideration of a request from the Texas College of Traditional Chinese Medicine. You have a goldenrod handout at your place. for a certificate of authority to grant degrees in Texas. At the time of our committee meeting, the staff had not received a recommendation from its advisory council and consequently did not have a recommendation to bring forth to the full board. Joe Stafford, I think, is prepared at this point to explain and give the staff recommendations. Joe.
Sure. As you know, we've had a certificate of authority that's been in place for a while, and our rules call for certificates of authority to extend not more than 8 years while the institution achieves accreditation. Our recommendation to you, based on the site visit, the advisory committee that has now met, and our discussions with the institution, is approval to offer the Master of Acupuncture and Oriental Medicine degree with a major in acupuncture and Oriental medicine, subject to the conditions you see on the goldenrod sheet, and those conditions are simply conditions of moving on towards accreditation.
Do we have any questions?
Okay, you want the motion first?
Sure. Motion. Nancy, second.
I'll second.
Second, Elaine. Any discussion?
You just mentioned the one thing that I had a question of, Joe. There are some dates that are pretty close upon us. Will any one of these halt it? Because there's some pretty strong stuff in here that hasn't been done.
We've worked with them, and I think we have agreement on all of those dates. They feel they can meet them.
Do we monitor it a year later? I mean, like the library budget and things like that. I mean,
there is a provision in all of this list for a site visit sometime in the late summer or fall, and that would be the time of monitoring.
Our staff was working as late as 10 o'clock last night to conclude conversations about the fulfillment of these requirements. Any other questions or comments? We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item 11C, you also have a handout at your place. I think it's the last handout that you've got. Is consideration of the final report of the External Evaluation Committee for the Technology Workforce Development Grant Program. In accordance with Texas Education Code Section 51.860, board members received this report earlier with materials for today's meeting, and another is at your place. The staff recommendation is approval for the report. The Technology Workforce Development Grant Program was created as a cooperative effort to increase the number of engineering and computer science graduates in the state and to increase collaborations involving higher education institutions, engineering and computer science departments, and private companies in Texas. The TWD project is currently funded at the direction of the governor through the Texas Workforce Commission. The External Evaluation Committee found that the TWD program is an excellent program and is on track with respect to its legislative purposes. The committee recommends continuation of the program. Dr. Alfred Reich, a member of the External Evaluation Committee from Freescale Semiconductor here in Austin, will present to us a brief summary of the report, and Dr. Linda Donald-Smith, Director of Research, whom all of you know, is available to answer questions. So if y'all would like to come forward. And I think we've allocated about 10 minutes for Dr. Wright's presentation. We are so happy to have you here today.
Thank you.
Doctor.
I should be able to do that. I have 3 foils, the strengths, our concerns, and recommendations. Again, we thought the program overall was excellent. We were impressed with the projects. There was a wide range of projects from reaching down into middle school, high schools, and even middle schools, and also involving faculty that are often more engaged in research into helping with course curricula. And we think this is a very effective leveraging of what look like modest funds. And the grantees were all, let me comment about that. The reach of the program really looks like it's strategic. By going down into the middle schools and providing informational programs for students in middle schools and high schools, as well as their teachers and their counselors, we think this program will have an impact 10 years or more out in terms of improving retention and recruitment of engineering and computer science students. The administration of the program appears to be excellent also. The grantees felt that they got very quick turnaround from Linda and Reinhold, and also all the help they needed with various issues that came up. Go ahead, next. As we interviewed the grantees over the period of the Best Practices Conference, like I said, we became concerned, however, that the funding for this program appears to be uncertain and unstable. It makes it difficult for grantees to do their planning, to hire or purchase, and for example, on again, off again, on again funding, and also gives it, forces them into a short-term focus. We think that sustainability is a shared responsibility by both industry, state, and the institutions. And as far as bureaucracy goes, I can't think of a specific example other than right now I think there was a comment that there's a mismatch between the fiscal calendar and the academic calendar that again forces them into some short-term decisions. In the last slide, we recommend the program be continued emphatically, and there's a variety of tools and techniques being used, and they appear to be very well defined and very well applied by the grantees. The conferences themselves give the grantees an opportunity to share notes and establish collaborations. During my interviews, I actually witnessed some of these collaborations begin. And there's also we feel that we also need to support innovation in these. And one interesting example was one university computer science department established cross-disciplinary programs in bioinformatics and computational epidemiology were two examples. There were more, and those courses were filled to capacity and created a demand by graduate students for similar programs, and also led to the establishment of their largest research group now, which is in computational epidemiology. We also recommend that encouraging collaboration of institutions. And we said breadth and depth because we sort of looked at across universities collaborating with each other, but also the depth down into high schools and middle schools. That's it.
All right. Thank you. Does the board have any questions or comments? You did a great job. Nobody has any questions. Thank you so much, Dr. Wright. Linda, was there anything you wanted to add?
No, we were very happy to have the three reviewers with us. We think they did a wonderful job. This is the first time we conducted an external review during a best practices conference, and we're wondering how that would work. It turned to work out very well.
Great. Great. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you. Members, you've heard the staff recommendation on this item. May I have a motion for approval?
So moved.
We have a motion from Elaine, a second from Lynn. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item 11D was on the consent calendar. Agenda item 11E is consideration of approval of preliminary authority requests for 11 degree programs from seven general academic institutions. The institutions and programs are listed in your agenda books, and Joe will explain the item and give the staff recommendation. Joe?
They're listed on page 3 of the blue pages. Texas A&M's Forensic Science builds on their entomology program. For those of you who watch CSI or those kinds of programs, you know what I'm talking about on that one. The Homeland Security Masters and Doctoral programs that they would begin planning. I just would comment that Texas A&M won one of the earliest of the big national awards from Homeland Security. Having been at another institution that competed for one of those a little later, I can tell you that that's quite a trophy that they achieved, and it does put them in an excellent position to develop a master's program for which there are well-defined jobs. It would be the first doctoral program in the country in Homeland Security, and this is an area where really building the intellectual foundations of the field is important, and they're as well positioned as any institution in the country to do so. So that one I think is quite significant. The marine biology program at Corpus Christi, I just tell you that they are working closely with the UT Austin folks at Port Aransas on that one. Their geospatial surveying program builds on some existing work they have in surveying and geospatial work. The Women's Studies program at UT San Antonio, an undergraduate program, for the most part builds on existing courses and simply assembles those into a coherent degree program. Mechatronics at North Texas, that was kind of a word to choke on, but that's a combination of mechanical engineering and electrical engineering, building on their technology program and relating to some of the industry that they're serving. Clinical psychology at Pan American, while that is a PhD program, I would also tell you that it is primarily a practice program in spite of the fact that it's a PhD. Most of the folks probably graduating from that will go into clinical practice, and the nearest program comparable to it is in Houston. And the physical therapy program is comparable to the one that you approved earlier this afternoon, and that is the direction that we would expect most of the physical therapy programs to go. So that's a quick overview of all of those, and based on all of our staff analysis, we'd recommend approval.
Joe, before you go further, is there a reason you skipped over number 2?
I think you
Did I? I did, and I apologize. That one builds.
Flip that one by me.
That one builds on a recently accredited industrial engineering program, and will move now into construction engineering. It will be another ABET accredited program.
Any other questions or comments of Joe?
No, but the next level of this, when it comes before us, that's where we're going to include these, looking at their strategies for underrepresented groups.
That's correct. That will be one of the criteria for consideration of an actual proposal. This just authorizes them to begin the work of developing a proposal.
Great. Any other questions, comments? Thank you, Joe. You've heard the staff recommendation. May I have a motion for approval? Joe moves. Nancy seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 11F has already been accomplished a little earlier on the agenda, and 11G has been removed from the agenda. An additional review needs to be undertaken to determine if a rule change is appropriate. So we don't know if we're bringing that back or not, but we might. We'll just see. We're having a little more input from the folks out there. And item 11H and I were on the consent calendar. I think that's everything on our agenda, Chairman, and I would like to thank Joe Stafford and everybody in our division for their hard work. Thanks, Joe. Chairman?
Thank you very much. Well, about do it for the day. There are a couple of things that I want to mention. Quite frankly, on a personal note, I'm really not looking forward to July's board meeting. It will be the last board meeting of this board that will meet as a 13-member board. As you know, in the legislature's infinite wisdom 2 sessions ago, they decided this board should be a 9-member board instead of an 18-member board. And we will accomplish that in August of this year. So we're going to be losing 6 members around this table. But on a good note, Dr. Phillips and her husband are going to host us. We're going to move in with them in a retreat. Well, not exactly. I think Lynn and Tom are going to host us for dinner, but as you all know, we're going to have a retreat after the board meeting at Lowe's Pines in the Bastrop. And obviously, on a serious note, Lynn and Tom have graciously offered to host us for dinner. So that's what we have to look forward to in the summertime. So if there's no further business to come before this body, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Ms. Chinton makes the motion. Laurie Bricker seconds it. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Bye.